Well, my apologies on that. I started playing with a new stream countdown timer, and apparently I am bad at time zones, and time and date math in general. So, welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the confusion there. If you were watching the countdown timer, I don't. I'm gonna get it fixed. I've been slowly adding all of my toys back onto my new machine. I got my little touchy patty thing now driving, and figured, oh, we're gonna update all the things, and well, yeah, as is typically goes with software, you update all the things and things go kablooey. So tonight, the plan is to go through and hopefully get the Velopack.Build thing wrapped up. I had a meeting with my partner last week. Slight pivot on how we're going to solve this. After a little bit of discussion, we decided we are going to go down the route of just saying, you know what, this is going to require net 10. So it may be unfortunate for anybody working on an older framework, but you need to be compiling with the net 10 stuff because we're going to end up just leveraging DNX to make this thing work. So that's what we're hopefully going to get implemented and rocking and rolling tonight, because we had most of it working last time, aside from the embedded VPK was problematic. And so I think we're going to just scrap the embedded VPK altogether and instead just DNX it down. That way things can mix and match. And then hopefully all of that just works and we are off to the races. So that is the game plan. We're going to play around with the live file thing again, and then we will go from there. Just as a reminder for people, next week, no stream. I am out traveling for a conference. And then just forward thinking into April, it looks like probably the last 2 weeks of April, I'm going to have some international travel coming up. Details TBD. Obviously, planning ahead is not a priority in this particular case, and so we are figuring out the details, but it's looking like the last 2 streams of April may end up getting canceled as well. So there we go. Discord there if you want to follow along, and we'll go from there. So Chris, welcome. Hopefully you had a wonderful stream. We were just about to dive into doing some installer Velopack stuff. Welcome everyone coming from Chris's stream. My name is Kevin. We end up doing a lot of .NET related stuff here. In this case, we are going to be going through and playing around with a library of mine called Velopack. So we'll just hang on. We can do this. Look at this. Swiss tourists, welcome in. So Velopack is a library framework for installing your app, targeting thick client applications. So we support a variety of languages: Go, Python, .NET, Electron, JavaScript type stuff. So yeah, but I don't understand it enough anyway. Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. But yes, if people are interested, we are very nearing our 1.0 release. There's just a handful of things that we are buttoning up. And then it will be going full 1.0. But we were getting some nice feedback on our Discord earlier this week of people saying that they've been using it for a while without issues, which is great to hear. Right? At this point, I don't anticipate like breaking level changes for anyone. The biggest thing is we are trying to get localized dialogues in place. So just as a word of warning, that does mean that your users may go from seeing English dialogues to localized dialogues, which is probably better in most cases, but people freak out. Like the dialogue was in English one release and the next dialogue it's in your whatever language your machine is set to. My opinion, that's a good change, but it is about there. What about LinkedIn dialogues? Oh boy. No. Is that the nicest way? Yeah, not quite. So yeah, that's at least where it's going, and what we're doing. And the goal here on tonight's package is, let's see, Velopack, is we're going to be powwowing in the main repository. So this is the main one, and for people who are interested, so Velopack is free, as in beer, open source. You can leverage the installer as much as you would like, right? And our intent is that the main installer core will always be free. We do have a SaaS offering, as well. So for people who don't want to think about hosting the installers, what have you done to me, Chris? I now have to look at this. Oh boy, oh boy. Sorry, I have to look at this LinkedIn slot post to Honest Language. Yeah, you're horrible, and I love it. Yeah, that is pretty good. But yeah, so the basic installer framework basically leaves it up to you to figure out how to host your updates, right? You put it on, your Azure storage account, your S3 bucket, your GitHub, your whatever hosting platform you want to work with. But effectively, the free open source product, we go hands off and say, you know what? It's your problem to figure out hosting. That's not our problem. If you want that handled for you, we have a SaaS offering, and if you want, you can pay a little bit monthly, and that problem can be handled. So Kagi has a LinkedIn to English translator. Nice. I will have to check that out. That sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds amazing. Kevin likes money. Well, I mean, Kevin likes Velopack to begin with, so there is that. But tonight, what we are trying to do is get a integration package in place for .NET products, so that single CLI command, you can just .NET publish, and rather than it, just publishing your app, you also get the installers out of it as well. So that's the game plan. We're gonna see how it works. It may or may not. We'll see how well we get. So, because I realized last week I apparently didn't even bother to commit my changes, so that's exciting. So before I lose my mind and inevitably screw something up, we're just going to briefly check this and then immediately commit it, because this feels, that's why I didn't commit. These are just the script version-y changes. These are the important changes that we want. Okay, hang on. We got to unstage all these things. We got to do this intelligently. So we want that one. That's a using cleanup. That's fixing the install location. I don't know that I want that. This is getting the TFMs in place. This is this change here that we spent a bunch of time debating last week is the reason why we're going net 10 only. Is because it's just way too much bloody effort to support the older frameworks, especially since they're about to drop out of support anyway. This is a brand new package. It's likely only going to be consumed by new people anyway. We're just going to go with net 10 and newer only and save ourselves a bunch of headaches. If anybody is watching and would like older .NET supported, let us know, especially if your company is willing to sponsor a change like that. We can talk. But I think my partner and I, we decided that the level of effort for the amount of return was going to be way too low. Let's see, Toml version. Okay, great. Kraken, write me a message. Make it sound better than whip. That sounds great. Thanks. Okay, so we're gonna leave that there, and then let's fire this sucker up, and we're gonna see about making this thing do the needful. Show launched. Oh, I'm still on the old SLN format. Sorry. So there's the old SLN format. There's a newer modern one called SLNX that is XML based. It's human readable, doesn't have horrible GUIDs just littered all over the place. That part is kind of annoying. Okay, what's going on here? So I did also rebase it on latest stuff, so hopefully I didn't foobar myself by doing that. I mean, there were no conflicts, so obviously it went fine. I hope. That is the goal. Is the hope that it went just fine. But we will see. Okay, go ahead and build. Find all the things, do all the needful. While that is launching, I'm going to go and wake up. I'm going to go wake up my server. I will say, it's a small thing, but having those little, having those little, like, funny messages on the spinner, for whatever reason, makes it feel like the spinner doesn't take as long. I don't know what it is. It makes it feel faster because I spend half the loading time reading whatever funny pun it's decided to put in that day. So, pro tip, puns make loading faster, or at least make the time pass quicker. Because what's the old saying? Time flies when you're having fun, or sick and psychotic. Something like that. I probably have that a little wrong. Okay. So we have build output. Yeah. 21 success. That's what we'd like to see. Okay. So inside of our Velopack.Build, I've probably botched my entire test project at this point, which we will need to fix after all of my mess. So the nice part is we've isolated the running of the VPK tool. So VPK is the Velopack CLI. So it is typically what would be responsible for taking your output application, wrapping it up in the installer, putting together the package, giving you your setup exe or other sort of package for Mac and Linux. And so it does the needful. But right now, you'll note this thing is spending all of its time trying to look up the VPK location by going through and finding it inside the current package. And this is what we want to change. The nice part is I think we can abandon most of this because this was going through and doing like .NET to start the VPK and all that jazz. And I think we can just change it down to DNX, right? So DNX will make our life easier. But then rather than find VPK, what we're going to end up doing, so let me grab a terminal. All right, so if we go DNX -- help, right, so there's your output. So DNX is .NET's version of NPX for people who are familiar with NPM. .NET got feature envy and decided to do the same thing. Effectively, it's able to pull down console apps, only rather than from NPM, pulls it from NuGet. Does the equivalent of like a .NET global tool, but it doesn't do the install part of it, but it still does do the download, cache in a version directory, so that if you run a thing multiple times, it doesn't do all of that stuff. Secretly, this is just an alias for, what is it, .NET, I think it's .NET Tool EXEC. Let me see if I got that right. Yeah, so those are the exact same because one is just literally an alias for the other. So it just makes your life a little easier, and DNX because that is the simplistic thing. So in our case, we are going to be going for DNX package ID, and in this case, if we go and look out here at NuGet, VPK, right, there is our lovely little installer, and I think I want to leave myself such a micro move. Yes, Swiss. I can agree. There, on one hand, a lot of like programming languages and frameworks are kind of frenemies, and sometimes it's less friend and more enemy. But they do often get feature envy. Like, it's kind of that old way of like how Apple and Google often work. Google adds something to Android, and Apple just sits back and watches and sees what sticks, and then goes, "Yeah, we'll take that. That's working rather well." The programming languages do often the exact same thing to each other. Yeah, exactly. So I think we are going to end up doing something akin to this. So we are going to be DNX package ID. Stop it. DNX, and then for our arguments, we're going to end up doing VPK, and we're just going to get rid of this because I don't think we actually need the find VPK anymore because we're not going to do any of that stuff. That's just going away. So .NET VPK, and then the things we're going to want is a specified version. So that is going to be absolutely a thing. And part of the reason why I want a specified version is because when I'm testing locally, we use the Git-based versioning, which is fine, but that would mean if I'm not allowed to specify a different version than what I'm currently built as, I would have to build all the packages, and building Velopack is kind of a pain in the neck because we package in all the dependencies for all the platforms, like there's not a different Velopack reference for Mac versus Linux versus Windows. So you have to have all of the platform specific dependencies in a single package. So it's actually kind of a pain to build a true Velopack package unless you can cross compile for all of the platforms. So it's kind of annoying in that regard, and we've talked about ways of trying to make it easier, and we've often just settled with So that's sort of the way it goes at the moment. So let's go string version, because I think we're going to make it a requirement, and then that makes this easy. Version, let's see, so string package ID command arguments, and then it's interesting that they have command arguments listed first and then options. I'm fairly confident we can specify these out of order, only because the .NET SDK uses system command line, which is a library I've contributed to, and it is very POSIX friendly. And so the idea of requiring options to be ordered is not something that's there by default. You have to do work, and I'm fairly confident the .NET team just took all the defaults. It is kind of interesting the way this is structured. I may have to give them some feedback if this works the way I expect, because I assume that I can DNX VPK -- version, right? So if I do this, and let's just grab, what's the latest out there, right? 3 days ago. Great. I will definitely not have this installed, right? And then if I do -- help, I wonder if this gets passed to me. Let's see, because VPK pack -- help, right? I would have they really made this a pain in the neck for me? There we go. Let's see, proceed, yes. So we're gonna need the -- yes on that. And I think I'm gonna do the -y just to avoid going over the top of things. There. Oh, I probably should put that first. Otherwise, I'm breaking up the version. Yeah, shut up. Thank you. Unrecognized command for pack. Well, that's still success because that is the appropriate output. I'm surprised our one doesn't support. Is there no way to actually get the tool help this way? That's interesting. Will it tolerate it if I do the double hyphen? Will it track that? Ha ha ha. It will. It will, it will, it will. Because now we see the nested commands: pack, download, upload, delta, all of the standard VPK commands. So, okay. So this gets the appropriate escaping. So this is kind of a misleading structure up here. We might have to go and send. I might have to go and submit. I'm going to put that in intentionally because I think that will help disambiguate anything that comes along later. Okay, so there's there. I think I'm trying to decide if I include pre-release package. We shouldn't need to specify this because we are specifying an explicit versions. Cool, live arrows, pointers, nice touch. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I actually went through. Let me see if I do. I've got a link. Yeah, this thing here. Don't make fun of me. I just threw this together today. This guy here. I should probably make sure that that's the right link. Yeah. I've had a bunch of people ask about like presenting stuff that I do every so often, and so I finally just wrote it all down. It was kind of a rush job, so feedback welcome. But functionally, if you're wondering, the stuff that I run, like this is it, and effectively the arrows are zoom it, right? And I personally think it is one of those things that everybody should learn to use because my fingers just go to it now. So if you are interested, that is the magical little indication of what I end up doing, because it's just so handy to be able to do. During work meetings, people often give me crap for it because they're like, oh, let Kevin screen share because he'll draw little pictures as we go. It's like, I get it, right? Like, people like to see little smiley faces and whatnot being drawn. It's like, great, 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 great. So, like I said, my opinion, it's worth learning those those little shortcuts because it does add a nice little flair and touch to things. Okay, version, there. That gets all of that in. That gets all of that in. Great. Yeah, no problem. And for everybody who's new here, like I have usually, I shouldn't say an agenda. I have a target plan of what I think I'm going to work on during my stream, but I very much am happy to rabbit trail and questions and whatnot. So please feel free with anything you've got. I'm always happy to engage with people because often the best streams have come when somebody's gone, hey, so I got a question, and then that's where things come from. So I very much enjoy it. Okay, so I'm going to create a new variable here because I want the package to be able to specify a target version. So we're going to go, we've just been prefixing everything with Velopack. And I think I'm just going to go Velopack VPK version. And then we're going to do that. We're not going to default it to version because this is the version of your app, not the version of VPK. But we want to pass that through. And then I want to deal with, say, the pack task. I think what we're going to do here, I think we're just going to go required, not null again, because I think I want to make this a required parameter. And let me look, because I can't remember. I believe there is support. So MS Build custom tasks have limited parameter types that they support. And I want to say that that version, the system.version type is one of them, I think. Register task parameter types. Oh, no. It is incredible because, yeah, I remembered it was incredibly limited. Your choices are string, bool, or other task. Okay, so what I heard is string. Fine, we will make it a string. Let's see, string VPK version, I think is what we're going to do here. That'll go there, and then we go back to our build targets, and we go right up at the top. VPK version. Found similar code in public repository. Okay, I'm just curious. What could you possibly be copying from that has VPK version in it? You're not going to show me? You're thinking, okay. You know what, Copilot? You go think about what you've done and sit in the corner for a moment, and when you've decided that you're ready to be helpful, you can come back and we'll talk. Okay. And then we're going to go down here, and we're going to do the same thing on the publish task. Let's just grab this guy. Okay, so we're going to do that. Why did I... Yeah, I don't know why I did this one different than the others. We're going to do that. I don't know why I made my life hard. We're going to just do that. Okay, so that goes there, and then hopefully this guy should have a couple references, and yeah, so these should all specify the relevant commands for us. And then all we need I'm just trying to figure out what I was doing here before. Arguments. Oh, this is environment variables. Got it. Okay, so VPK version goes there. Done. And then where's the other one? Where is the other one? There you are. VPK version goes there. Oh, you don't have this in it. I should bring this down a level because these have a common base. Yes, so we should take this and this. We should go down to here, and we should go to here, and we should do that. Here we go. That will put it down in the base, brings it across, make sure it builds, do the needful. And then we should be able to make the entire package even tinier. Let's see. Hiding was not intentional. Thank you for the warning. I assume that's the target output. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That gets us to there. That gets us to there. Now, we should be able to go through, and I would like to get rid of everything I was shoving into the tool directory. Let's see. Build, net8, publish. I think this is... where is the tools packaging? This we don't need anymore. VPK pack location. So where were you used? Where were you used? We don't need you. Oh, we were just outputting an assembly attribute. Those can go away now. So that we don't need. Though, actually, hang on. Before I get too carried away, the one thing I am going to want is... Oh, come here. Come here. The one thing I'm going to want back from that is I am going to want... actually, I think... Look for you. Let's discard this one. Because we are going to want to put in... When we build the Velopack.Build package, we are going to want to put in its version. But that'll actually go in the default assembly attribute. Never mind, I do want to kill this. Okay. And then where is my tools? The VPK and include output in the tools directory. Include VPK in package. We do not want to include VPK in package, so that goes away. Let's see here. Velopack, VPK, we don't care about any of this. All of that goes away, which is hopefully going to make my life a lot easier. Let's see, we do need to include that. We do not need to reference VPK anymore. That should go away. That should make that easier. We don't need this anymore. That goes away. Include TFM dependencies in package. I believe we still want this, but we'll double check what actually gets built into it. And then packaging doesn't exist. Oh, it's because we are conditionally referencing everything else. I think we want to get rid of the condition and just always conditionally file link, which should bring those into feature parity. So we don't want to take direct DLL dependency. Hey, BazDev. We are currently working on a portion of the Velopack library. So it's a cross-platform installer updater framework. And we are working on building out a build package to try to integrate automatically building and publishing your installers right for .NET devs when they do like a .NET publish on the command line. That way there's no extra steps. It's kind of similar to the built-in NuGet stuff where it'll do pack on build if you set the flag to true. trying to do the same thing for Velopack, so it effectively Velopack.Build on Publish. So that's kind of where we're at the moment. Right now we pivoted a little bit from where I was at last week, because last week we were going through and doing, we were trying to use the command line tool for Velopack directly inside of our NuGet package, and we've decided to scrap that in favor of just leveraging .NET's DNX command to pull the tool down and run it directly. So that is the game plan. Pack, publish, I think that handles everything. So let's see here. D:/CD Velopack, Velopack, and then CD source, lib C#. Is that the right? No, I am one level off. C VPK Velopack.Build. That's what I want. .NET. I believe this one will get me going where we want to be. And then last week we had set up a temp NuGet source, and I'm just trying to look and see where we had put that, because I don't remember where it is. Let's go take a. Come back to that in a moment. So it was AutoTyper. This guy. Let me go and look and see, because we set him up with a custom NuGet source to point at a local directory, so that when we build the Velopack.Build NuGet package, we can just point it there. So for those people interested, this is just kind of a toy application I have for doing presentations and either automatically typing in stuff, because I've dealt with a couple clients where they are non-password manager friendly. They want you to type your password in, and I am a firm believer in password managers or passkeys when possible. And rather than actually like typing in my password or changing it so that I could remember it and not have it be this massively long generated string, I wrote something that will take what's on my clipboard and manually type it in for me. So I refer to it as malicious compliance. Okay, so dtemp NuGet. That's fine, except for I think I nuked that directory. Yeah, that directory's gone. Okay. That's lovely. I mean, I guess I put it in a temp directory, so the fact that I cleared out my temp directory probably shouldn't surprise me, but we can put it back. There we go. Temp NuGet. It now exists. Okay, so now we just need to get this package to build properly, and then we will go test it. So let's see here. Where did my terminal go? Publish VPK for package does not exist. So I did not clear everything out. I missed something. Where is it? Oh, look at that. We don't need that now. That is worthless. Try it again. Oh, look at the speed of that build. Now, where did you put that output is the question. Let me. Normally, it would go in your bin directory, but I believe the problem being is we have redirected our outputs. So you'll note, even though this is the CS proj with all the files in it, yeah, there's no like bin or obj directory, because we redirect those outputs from here up a level, and I'm trying to remember where we put them. That's not there. Build output, probably here. And then this guy is multi-targeting what? We'll grab the Net 8 version. Though I suppose if we're going and doing that, we should I guess I do still need to multi-target. It's obnoxious. Might not need to for long, though. We might be able to get rid of that. because the multi-targeting was only there for the purpose of, there's the packages. Let's see here. And then, so specifically I'm looking at these versions here. All right, so we only need the NuGet package. The symbol NuGet package is irrelevant for these purposes. So we come to our temp directory, we go paste, and we grab the version number because I am way too lazy to type all that out. That looks like a lot of characters and stuff. And as a true engineer, I am lazy. The old saying goes, the laziest guy finds the easiest way to do things. Okay, that goes there. That should build that up. And then I want another terminal opened up to this guy's directory. I'll make that bigger for people. CD dev auto typer, that one. Let's see, and then CD auto typer UI is in particular the one we're doing. .NET publish. And this is the one that in theory should just magically work. Let's see, unable to find package Velopack. Package exists within the source. Oh, because I am not specifying a Velopack version, and this version obviously doesn't exist. So for people who are interested, there is a lovely app called NuGet Package Explorer. Find it on Winget, GitHub, etc., wherever your package manager is sold. But because when we build this up, it is intentionally taking a dependency on Velopack, it wants to push that through. What's the path of least resistance here? The nice part is this will kind of limit where it can be used. I just want to check what's in here. We did build appropriately. We did get this in. All that's fine. That's great. That's acceptable. We can probably make this smaller now even, because a lot of these libraries should just drop off. Because the fact that I'm seeing things like Velopack Flow, icon lib, packaging, we should be able to drop all of these dependencies and have them all disappear. They may just be because I didn't clean my output directory, so they're still sitting there from prior compiles before we whack the references. So we'll get that down, because the goal will be for this library to be very, very small. Let's go back here. Do we still have the package dependencies, I guess is the question. So we don't need... So this one does have the project dependency. I wonder if we just take that off for now and not worry about it. I think that's the path of least resistance, is we just get rid of this reference so that we don't pick it up. There, that guy's now gone. We might be able to get rid of the Mapperly reference as well, but that should clean and rebuild. That should get rid of most of all of that. The last thing I need to grab is my NuGet cache, because we are going to need to blow away our cache, because even though we have a local folder reference, NuGet always caches package installs. And so once it's cached, that's the version you're going to get. And so if it sees that same version without clearing the cache, it will just grab the cache version, and we want it to pick up the new one. So my opinion is it's easiest to just clear the items out of the cache than to fight with it. So that should work. I should now have a updated one here. Let's see, 934. Oh, no, I need to build it. If I don't build it, it won't show up. But this now should get faster even. 4 seconds to 3.4. A little faster. Not a ton. But 940 is the timestamp. That looks better. Copy into You know what? Rather than doing this copy and paste every time, we're going to do something different. We're going to do something different. I'm just going to use this. Why am I making my life hard? Because if we just change my cache location to that, then it's going to look in that location. Duh. Okay, so I'm going to stop being stupid and make my life a little bit nicer. And then this should... Velopack. I think I want to dial it down because I want to separate these out now. So I want Velopack.Build to come from this source and everything else to come from elsewhere. And then to make this work, I'm going to just grab the latest Velopack from NuGet. Yeah, so we'll just bring that one in. Oh, hang on. Cancel. This is the wrong source. I want the latest one off of NuGet. Pretty please. Wondering why it was already pre-filtered for me. There we go. There's a 5. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just noticing something. I find this very exciting. People are already building extensions off of our stuff. Okay. Be nice if this one picked their own icon rather than stealing ours, but maintained by Bloom. I wonder if this one is just intended to be a backup copy. Okay. Okay. That's fine. To each his own. Have fun doing it. Okay, so let's build this guy, and then we're going to see if it can pack an installer for me. There we go. Okay, so that it builds just fine. Do it, publish. Because I would like to see a setup exe at the end of this. That is the end goal. Okay. The typer namespace does not exist. Auto typer, are you missing a reference? I'm sorry, what? So this isn't related. Do you not... Do I have something that's blocking my release builds? It's very possible. No, release builds work. Let's go with publish again. Oh, VPK... Oh, it is failing on my stuff. Let's see. VPK version parameter is not supported by pack tasks. Task loaded from assembly. Oh, because it's sent in an empty string. Okay. So I need to set, at least currently, I think it's going to be Velopack VPK version is actually what we name the parameter. VPK version is the value on the task. But we want this to be equal to our Velopack version, because ultimately we want those two things to be in sync. So if I do that, try again. Because now it should have the right value. Okay, so no dice. Let's launch with a binary log and then go look and see what's going on. So once again, tool that people should know about. If you are ever debugging your build process inside of .NET, anything that uses MS Build, you should absolutely know about the structured log viewer. If you tack on a -BL, so what is it? Boy Levi? Sure, there's better. I don't know my military alphabets. As a way of being able to go through and show getting an MS bin log file. So you'll see people call it a binary log, a bin log, or otherwise. Let's see. Tip. Open in VS Code to analyze with Copilot chat. I'm sorry. What have you installed? Use Clippy to attach extra bin logs. Oh, dear heavens. Open in VS Code with Copilot Chat plus binlog MCP tools. No. At this point, I am looking at what I am doing, and I am not concerned about that at the moment. Um, that is, I'm sure, very helpful for some people who need the extra help. So Velopack VPK version, I thought this is what we had specified. If I hunt this down, I see it's set there, it's set there, it's set there. Why would it be anything else than that? Okay, so let's go back here, $error. If we look at these, the VPK version parameter is not supported by the task loaded. VPK version parameter. Well, it's like it didn't pass the parameter. So I am missing something that I would have expected it to specify. Because it's only going to clear it out here. Why is the parameter not being specified? Because my expectation is that if I go to the top level here and I look at properties, my evaluation, does it not? No, it has to set. It set everything else is the weird part to me. Because it knows the pack title, which got set properly. Pack title, pack authors, extra assembly. I'm a little curious here on... So it knew which parameters got set from which values. Well, let's see. VPK version parameter not supported by past tasks loaded from assembly. There. Verify the parameter exists on the task. Pack task cannot be initialized with input parameters. Oh. Oh, I wonder if this is an issue with base class. Oh, I have a memory of something, and I'm hoping my memory is wrong. I have a memory that says if you put it down on the base for the base class, it doesn't find it. I have a memory of this, and this is, I wonder, can I just get away with this? Can I just get away with this? Wired. No. I have a memory of this. I'm curious if this will fix my problem. Let's pack that up. Let's where did my let me go back to my NuGet cache because pull that away out of my cache. There. So that's there, that's there. I am curious. Rebuild with the new one. Same error. Pack task loaded from assembly. Okay. So if that doesn't play nice, can I do... is it legitimately that this thing is... These two Pactor, the F5 reloads, parameters. Oh, interesting. It dropped one. Pack title, pack ID, shortcuts. Which one of those four was there before? There was four before. Pack title, pack ID, shortcuts. Okay. You know what? Let's try this. Let's try this. So I'm not seeing it. And yeah. Chat failed to load extension. Yeah. Hush, hush now. Hush now. The at MCP. What did it say to search here and bin log? Stop it. Oh, I don't even have the marketplace enabled. Yeah. .NET tool list, no bin log, MCP server may not be running. I don't doubt it's not running. It's not there. Checkout is installed. What that tells me is that I need to do a .NET tool install globally of that guy. It's already installed. Great. MCP server may not be running. Restart VS Code to reload MCP servers. Well, let's try that. To open URI. Open. Analyzing bin log. Wants to access language models. You may access language models. I give you permission. Get my big head out of the way. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Task pass. Exists on the task and point to the correct assembly. Let me know if you'd like. I mean, this is nice, but this doesn't tell me anything I didn't already know. So, no. Why is the Velopack? What was the parameter we added? Targets. Just make sure. Those are it. Yeah. Same string. Version parameter not applying the value to the back task. Go analyze it, figure it out, rip through the logs. That's what you're good for. Okay, you go think about what you've done. Second, and I'm gonna go check on this because I have a sinking suspicion. Well, so one, I should probably continue my pattern of alphabetizing and move this to the bottom. That would probably be better. Though not all of these did I alphabetize properly, so it may not matter that much. Copilot's busy thinking about its life and the meaning of bin logs and all assorted related things. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Copilot. You can go read the targets file. But does it, because all the other ones have the appropriate values specified. I'm curious why we do also need to check the install location. Why this would be any different. Okay. It is really wanting to go just grab the universe. But we don't actually have this working, so maybe I am just missing something simple. On each of these. Oh boy. Sorry, Copilot is having all kinds of fun. Reflection loading the assembly, ripping through the build. I mean, there's easier ways to do this, Copilot, but you know. Maybe I should just give it the project. Because this might be the most complicated way to read a PE header. Because we are ripping through all the type definitions after doing the access. Wow. .NET script eval. Holy crap. Okay, hold on, Copilot. Hold on. Let me help you. Let me help you because you've clearly lost your bloody frickin' mind. I am going to help you because you need it. You have lost your mind. Code for the package is here. And we will just give you that as context. There you go. Have fun. Let me save you a whole lot of reflection-y work. Task. No, it's not. Velopack.Build. Source. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Velopack source, VPK, Velopack.Build, VPK task. Okay. I don't think that did what it was supposed to. Access is VPK version, line 24. Go, go, go. Do the needful. So we need that. We need that. Package self-contained. Self-contained targets. We don't even have a self-contained, so that to do is clearly out of date and wrong. Those ones go there. That works out rather nicely. You are still. Yeah. It's going to go wrap itself around the axle while it tries to figure it out. I am wondering if. So this is in a build targets file. This is processed as part of the resolve properties. I'm going to do 1.0.0 because I have a suspicion what's about to happen. What do you got, Copilot? The fix. Move from pack task up to BBJ and remove the duplicate. No, it didn't. Okay. Copilot, you are worthless. Or is it? Is it possible that there is? We may go check it here in a second. I am realizing that I do wonder if if there is a problem where .NET Pack is like defaulting to a release build. I guess we could work around it this way too. I could just simply switch over and compile a release version of the package, and then that problem would go away if it was looking at release. That's not the package one. That's that one. Gonna wait for the little magical words to stop scrolling across the screen because that is way too much. Here we go. Packy. Okay, and then we are going to check our blast the cache. Who is holding a ref? Oh, I bet you VS Code is holding a reference. Because Copilot wanted to go grep those things. Yeah. Shocker. Okay, so there's that. Then we come over to here, we publish again, and we see if that fixed it. Thinking, core compile. Well, good news. An error occurred trying to start the process DNX with working directory. The system cannot find the file specified. I bet you I know why. Because DNX is shorthand. Well, because it's just shorthand, we can just not use the shorthand and explicitly specify the whole thing. Right? Because it literally is just shelling out to .NET DNX, which is just shelling down. Okay, so if we go back here and do this guy, because I think what we can just change this up to is go back to .NET, and this becomes tool, and then XC, right? Something of that nature. Just going to confirm that's correct. .NET. That's how you spell rule, not tool. Tool. There, yeah. Okay, so we will just switch back to that. We'll put a little comment. Is the alias for DNX. I guess DNX is the alias for it, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so back to here, new package. Back to here, blow that away. And then back to here. .NET publish. Don't know what happened to my one with the binary log on the end. We're just going to default to always doing this with a binary log until we get it working. That is very interesting. I'm noticing that the fact that this didn't switch means it is really not recompiling when we do this. So .NET build, I think it's C release is what we need, and I think I think it's that. I think it's the right syntax for PowerShell chaining commands together. I think. Okay. Go here, blast that guy. Go back here, switch tabs, try this again. Because I would expect something not DNX. Oh, Velopack.Build release. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. Okay, and so it is unhappy. Izzy, Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas. We are, I think, very close to this. So it's unhappy. So it did actually invoke VPK. Warning, required command was not provided. Unrecognized command or argument flow, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that makes me feel a little better. The nice part is this guy here straight tells me exactly what happened. Let's see. 152, all of that. That is the right version, right? Let's just make sure. Let's just make sure. GF115. GF115. Great. Okay. So that looks fine. I guess the question then is DNX VPK. I should probably just grab this. Let's see. DNX VPK version. There. Download. Flow. Help. So I guess then the question is, because I'm trying, gonna get hosed by my own self, aren't I? Is download and after for a sub process? Yeah, so the basic flow of how this works, but is there are for the Velopack commands, there are built-in ones for being able to download and upload, and the whole point of that is because we do Delta packages, so you go from version 1 to version 2, you may not want to re-download a full package if only a handful of files have changed. So we will create a Delta package, and the Velopack installer will look at what version it's coming from, what version it's going to, and it'll add up the sizes of the Delta packages. And if that is less than downloading the whole package, it downloads the Deltas and just applies those one after the other versus the full package. If it realizes, well, shoot, it's actually cheaper to download the full package than all of the Deltas, it'll do that instead. But in order to build the Delta packages, it has to download them first. So you can see based on the source of wherever you're hosting these things at, like local is the simplest, we have these various download commands to say, hey, download from a local folder. And really all the download is there for is we have to pull the latest release local so that we can then have something to compare against to build that Delta off of, because we want to take new installer and compare it to whatever latest of the previous installer was and grab that Delta. We do have a really cool update coming to this, probably not until after we launch Velopack V1. But it's pretty slick, because right now the limitation of the Deltas is they're very linear. They go version 1 to version 2 to version 3, right? And there's no concept of skipping, right? Kind of like when you rebase a bunch of Git commits, how sometimes you see conflicts partway through, but really you know that, hey, on that branch, I'm dealing with conflicts on a file that I delete in a later commit. So these conflicts really don't matter which way I resolve one way or the other, right? Deltas are the same way. We don't know that, and so we have to apply them one after the other. But we've got a much cooler Delta strategy that lets us actually Delta between any two releases in both directions, up or down. And it also lets us Delta across channels. So if you have like one channel for your beta packages and another channel for your production releases, it'll actually let you Delta release between those as well. So that if somebody is switching back and forth from, say, your beta to your full release, they can do that without needing to download a full package. We can do just the differences between them. So there's some cool stuff like that that is forthcoming. We've got a proof of concept of this new Delta format stuff working, but it is not something that is hit the main repo yet. So proof of concept, it is cool, and in my partner's testing, I'm trying to remember what he had said. Is it like 200% faster? It was significantly faster. So it is shockingly fast. So it's the network and disk speed will be the limiting factor to how fast it can go. It will not be the algorithm, which is pretty cool. So the issue here that we have though is my command is looking for a Velopack flow download command, and I'm curious where I left that. So here's the Velopack service command that's the base, but where is the download command? Because there's publish, log out, log in, great, that's fine. There's the arbitrary endpoint one, that's fine. This API command, we may or may not ever expose and have it not be hidden. Because it's kind of an advanced thing that I suspect will cause people more confusion, but it is there. It's modeled after the Azure API CLI, so that it deals with the auth for you, and then you can just focus on if you want to pound on our hosted one. Where? Okay, where is I'm looking at the wrong tab. Where is this? Where is this download command? Where did I put it? I kind of would have expected it in this vicinity. They give you packaging. Am I okay? I might just have to hunt it from the top because I don't see it. I am absolutely not seeing it because in particular it's expected to call download flow. So downloads the command off the root command, and then flow is a sub command off of that. So let's just walk down through this and find our download command, and then we are going to figure out where the heck I lost this. Because I'm wondering if I rebased something and dropped it, which is a distinct possibility. .NET Forever. I agree. It is by far my weapon of choice. It is absolutely my weapon of choice. Flow download command. See, it exists right there. Where the heck is this thing? Why is it not in the namespace with the other ones? Oh, it was in the namespace with the other. Was I just too dumb to see it? I must have just been too dumb to see it. EF Core is awesome. I agree. It's not without its limitations, but the latest EF Core stuff is very good. I do a lot of building of .NET based stuff, and our bread and butter is ASP.NET Core backends, EF Core for the database layer. We do a lot of Vue front ends in my day job, but I've been doing React for my personal projects just because it's cool. And partly because I wanted to learn more React. And the best way for me to learn is to force myself into a project with it, because if I have a project with it, I am going to be forced to learn it. Okay, so the problem I have here is I need these flow commands to reach a release where I can pull this down, or I need a VPK package locally that I can play with. Which is going to be the path of least resistance? I think the path of least resistance will be just using a local VPK. So let's go down that path. Okay, so that means we're going to run into a fun little thing where we do this. That's not right. I cut off too much. I want that version there. We are going to intentionally mismatch these packages for a moment. And then we're going to do this here. And that should get me to a state .NET DNX. I think I need to change this version down to here, and I need to log in. Oh, this one doesn't have it on the NuGet feed. Oh, that's interesting. I can't. Oh, do I have to specify the sources here? Hang on. How do I specify an alternate NuGet source? Replace all NuGet package sources to use during installation with these. Oh, so I actually need an add source here. That is interesting. So this is probably just a me problem for wanting to do all of my testing locally before pushing. It does raise some interesting questions of how to do this, because it's not respecting the NuGet config. I wonder why it doesn't respect the NuGet config. .NET Tool Restore. Oh, do I have a local manifest? I think I have a local manifest for .NET local tools. Maybe that's what's is that what's biting me? It might be. Look at that. I do have one. Well, let's just make it not exist anymore. Okay. That now no longer exists. So let's go ahead and run this again, and hopefully this. Let's see. Microsoft ASP.NET Core App version 9.0. Oh. We don't have. Let's see. Winget search.net. Let's go find it. I don't like having to bring in a separate. Following frameworks were found, but it wants the. No. I just need the runtime. I just need the runtime for 9.0. That's the SDK. That's the runtime there. Is 9.0 out of support? Is that why it's not on the default list? Hang on. Actually, you know what? There is a net 10 here. Why would you grab a net 9 when you have a net 10 in your package? Is this net 9? No. Is my global.json set? Not anymore. Why are you looking for a net 9? I'm curious why when it pulled. Oh. It's because it's pulling 12.98 because that's the. Oh. I want. Okay, so I need to specify a version if I want it to land on my local one. That's what's biting me. So I need the version specified, because by not specifying the version, it's just grabbing whatever's latest on NuGet. That's not a pre-release, and it's going back to ye olde version. Okay. I'm up to speed. I'm not happy, but I'm up to speed. Net 10 maybe becomes alphanumerically before Net 2. Yeah, you're correct, but that's part of why they skipped around and did like some of the versioning for Net versions that they've skipped was kind of intentional. Like because when they went Net Core, they went Net Core 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and then they skipped 4 because they had .NET Framework 4 and they didn't want to add that level of confusion, and so they went from 3.1 to 5. And then they dropped the Net Core suffix, I guess depends on where you want to put it, naming for it before at Net 6, so that Net 10 would hopefully be unambiguous to Net 1.0, because Net 1.0 is still kind of a thing. I am very interested to see. I suspect by the time we get to .NET 20, the 2.0 will be long dead. And 3, because I believe Net Framework 3.5 is still in support. I think it's 3.5 that is still in support. It's long-term support, and it's one of the ones. It's the weirdest thing. Is I was surprised when I saw it. Yeah. Net 3.5, .NET Framework 3.5, Service Pack 1 is in support until January 9th, 2029. And the only reason for this is because this goes along with the supported version of Windows that shipped it. And so it has to stay in support until the latest version of Windows that shipped with it falls out of support. Which is part of why they wanted to decouple this from Windows. Because that is ridiculous. Like, that is... It released in 2007, and we're going to support it till 2029. Like, that is a heck of a lifetime for a software framework. A heck of a lifetime. 22 years? That is... Like, WPF isn't even 22 years old yet. We're getting there, but we're not quite there yet. And so it's like, wow. Net Framework 3.5 is going to have a longer lifetime. So, for what it's worth. Yeah, that is... Yeah, Windows does do some wacky ordering on the version as well. Like, you are definitely not wrong. Because I'm only trying to do this so that I can go through and do an appropriate login command. There we go. Preparing to log in. Hallelujah. Then it should pop a browser for me. Just going to move this over here. Pretty sure some of the systems I've used are older than that. Yeah. What's going on? Why am I not getting my browser? Did it open up on a different screen? Am I just... I'm now scanning for all of my windows to see if I've got something open somewhere that I didn't realize. No. No. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. .NET 3.5 is the king. Oh, look at that. Okay. So short version, it didn't prompt me because I was already logged in. Okay. And yeah, there is a newer version of the package. I don't doubt there's a new version of package that you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Okay, so can we .NET publish this guy? Because the whole point is I want to be able to call .NET publish on this app and have a new version go live. Like, that is the end goal. Okay. Let's see. Version blah, blah, blah. Oh, and this is now biting me because I need to be able to do the Velopack sources. Did MS build task parameter types. Is string array supported or not? Where is the... This is the parameter element. Where is... These are just the task references. I want to know if I can pass a collection. What did I type in my Google search before? MS build custom task. Create a custom task for code generation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Where is the... This is not what I was looking at before. Task properties, blah, blah, blah. Tasks, formats, task writing. This looks more like what we were looking at. How it invokes. Task item. MS was change type to convert from string with all properties. If the conversion fails for any, and doesn't call the execute method. I'm just thinking, do we ever need multiple sources? Or if you're specifying it, we probably can get away with just letting you do one. That's probably fine. You know what? Yagni. Wait, Yagni. You ain't gonna need it. So let's separate this. And I may end up putting underscores in front of these parameters as well, just because inside of MS Build, there's sort of this convention that if it's like there's no access modifiers in MS Build at all, right? But if something is prefixed with an underscore, the implicit idea here is this is a private member, hands off, right? You can absolutely still touch it, but it's one of those, it's conventionally considered, hey, this is something private. If you muck with it, there's no guarantee that somebody's not going to break your stuff later. And really, this here is actually kind of a worthless line, just to be clear, right? This is effectively saying, hey, if this property isn't specified, set it to, or I should say it this way. If this property doesn't have a value, it's empty string, set its value to empty string. Which is kind of dumb. However, I typically do this as a way of documenting what properties are there rather than making them implicit. Let's see. That's going to end up being... Oh, and it's not version. Version's the wrong word. NuGet, Velopack. Actually, I think I want this to be Velopack, VPK, NuGet source. I think is the right way to name this. And again, it's one of these, I kind of doubt anybody would ever need these parameters, because these are things that are going to be, effectively, I only need them so that I can test some of this stuff. And we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. Put that in, and then we will go add that in to the VPK task. And this will be public string. Stop it. Stop. Okay, NuGet source, make it an auto prop. And now the question is, how do I get that into my tool runner? Kind of wondering, do I just put it on here? I mean, that's the path of least resistance. Why are there two of these? Oh, because it needs to do two of them. Got it. Got it. Re-execute. I'm just wondering if maybe I should have version, because version and NuGet source could probably live on the constructor rather than on the individual invocations. That feels like it might be nicer rather than putting it in two places. I don't think we ever... Yeah. String... Let's go VPK version, string nullable, VPK NuGet source. We'll do that. We'll get rid of this, and then we'll just change up the constructor. VPK version. And then we want to conditionally put in... I think we're going to do something a little different here. So I think we're going to go if, let's see, not string is white space source. It's not add source though, is it? I thought it was just... Oh, add source is the one. I guess that's fine to do add source. Don't need the bang on there. What? Maybe null here. How? Is this an analyzer bug? Why is it? How is it possible to be null here? We explicitly check it for null or white space. Is it because... Oh, it's because it's a primary constructor. I bet you it's because it's a primary constructor argument and they are technically writable versus a local member. No, it even fails for local members. Interesting. Okay. Oh, then screw it. We'll just put the suppression argument on there and say shut it. Okay, and then we need to pull these out because we want add source to exist first, and then we're going to go with arguments gets that. And actually, we want to do the spread operator with these arguments at the beginning as well, because we want to tack this to the end. Yes. So we'll do that up front. .NET tool, XE VPK, blah, 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 version, if source is specified, bring it in, then spread the arguments again, double dash to escape what needs to be sent into VPK, and then spread out the arguments that were there. Oh, that's interesting. That doesn't... It doesn't quite work. Because before we were not dropping the arguments because they were included in the first one, and now we are. That is a problem. Let's see. We can do that, and then this goes here, 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 and then that brings it in. Because now what we end up with is this arguments here still references this. Before, when we were reassigning the variable here, it was dropping the incoming parameter. In the original version, it was fine because the incoming parameter was used at the end over here, but now that we've moved it down to the lower part, it doesn't work. Ookie. That'll do. That'll do. And then that means that up here, what we can do is we can go VPK version, VPK NuGet source. That goes in there. We no longer need to put version here. That can just be the args. I like this. I'm liking this better. Whenever you can delete code, it's usually a sign that you're going in a better direction. Less code is better. Not to say that you should like shrink everything up just to be obtuse and hard to read. But in general, less code is better than more code. If you can do it with less, do it with less. Right? Don't like just like collapse new lines and whatnot, just because that just makes it unreadable. That's bad too. Okay. Okay, so that gets all of that handled. That gets us a source that we can set, and then when set, it will come through and do. Okay, so let's give ourselves a new NuGet package. Blow away the cache so that it picks it up. And then back over on our auto typer, we need to add the source as a parameter. So we are going to go with Velopack, VPK, NuGet source. We'll put that in, and that should now come across. Now that that is built, we should be able to .NET publish again, and it should find VPK in our local NuGet source. That is the goal. No worky. Okay. Could not execute because the specified command was not found. Well, the reason the command was not found is because you tried to run .NET download, not .NET VPK download. So that's a problem. We dropped something somewhere. Okay, let's go see what did we mess up. Because back task, or I guess VPK re-execute. So this one is coming in, download, flow, legacy console, because these are all the parameters that we these are all the parameters we see. Download, flow. Let me just put you on the side. Hold still for a second. All right, so .NET download, flow, legacy console, yes, package ID with value, output directory with value, timeout with value, exit with code 1. So it came in here. It ran VPK with these arguments. This was process arguments there. How? I'm confused as to how we did all of this work and then we didn't pass process arguments into here. Duh. Okay. So short version, don't be an idiot. That's the lesson of the day. Which is a good lesson. Clear the cache, come over here, clear the output window because I'm tired of looking at all of that. Okay. 18th time's the charm. Velopack.Build release. 10 seconds in, it's doing something. I don't remember how long it's expected to take to build it. But it'll take it a little moment. And then hopefully this just does the needful. So the default behavior, while this thing's thinking about it, I'll just show this off real quick. The default behavior is I've left two kind of key properties on here, right? So the first one is pack on publish versus push on publish, right? So pack will create the local installer. Push will actually send it up to our hosted service. So in general, my opinion is that if you're installing this package, you likely want pack on publish to be true and publish to be false. That is my assumption. But these are both parameters that you can go through and change to whatever you want, right? If you don't like my defaults, change it otherwise. But I think those are the reasonable defaults that everyone wants. Okay. So .NET, it's interesting to me that I've got this here, .NET download flow. It's interesting that it took 36 seconds to give me the same error as before. Failed to download, but did you actually build properly? Look. That's the wrong repo. Let's try this again. Nope. Turn you off so you stop stealing hotkeys. Okay, so UI bin release net 10 Windows publish. I expect that I have a setup exe in here. Did you actually build me a published output? Where? Actually, I guess the question is where did it claim to be outputting? Dev autotyper UI releases. Autotyper UI releases. Okay, so it did actually, so it didn't build me a Delta, which is kind of, I mean, it wasn't able to download the last one, but this is what a Velopack.Build application looks like, at least on Windows, right? So you get a setup exe, which you'll note the size here. This is both the bootstrapper exe and all of the data. You get a NuGet package, which is effectively a fancy zip. We only used it because it's a zip file with a manifest, and that's what we needed for an installer, which compressed binaries plus a manifest. So we just abused that there, but this is functionally what you would end up hosting. If you would like to distribute your app as like a portable Xcopy style app, the portable app works. It has some special update logic because when it does do updates, it needs to update itself, not an installed directory. So that's a little bit different. But we do also have a flag as well where we can generate MSIs. The last bit are these two down here. These guys are the manifest files for when your app goes to do update checks. It's going to request these manifest files to see which versions are latest and which versions it has. The releases is actually an old file that is only here for backwards compatibility with old Squirrel Windows or Cloud Squirrel. If you are a brand new app, you don't need this. At some point, we may stop building this by default and make it an opt-in thing. For newer apps or anything brand new, you only need this manifest file, right? The WinJSON. So if you were to push this up to some hosting provider, say you go through and throw it on an S3 bucket, what you would end up needing to do, and I might need to check this assets WinJSON. I don't recognize it. I think it's a mistake that it's copied here, but I could be wrong. You do need to upload this guy. So you need the NuGet package at a minimum, the manifest to go with it. You probably also want to upload the setup exe and the portable one if you want to distribute that way. You don't have to, but users have to get your app onto a system. For future updates, you probably want to potentially either version the setup exe or otherwise, because if you always just push this data up, you'll always be overriding setup exe, which is fine. Setup exe actually contains a copy of the full NuGet package embedded inside of it. That way, when you run setup, it doesn't have to download updates immediately. Because when somebody downloads a setup and runs your app, they expect to be getting the latest version. They don't expect to install and then immediately have an update. We've all seen apps that do that, and it's annoying, right? Velopack doesn't do that. That's dumb. Well, it doesn't do it by default. You can always distribute an old setup exe and you'll get that exact behavior. But this is functionally what you end up uploading to your update source, and then you're off to the races. So this guy here still attempting to do a download is, without putting in the other arguments is interesting to me. Because the fact that it built that installer means that some of the, I just blow those away, some of the commands worked, but other ones didn't. Did I just not save a file? Because how would one of them have done an appropriate tool argument call? Because this is the only process start info in this entire project. Let's see here. So inside of Velopack.Build, there is exactly one process start info. This is the only place that does it. So why would this only do one? Okay. So this is the one, the pre-execute that's biting me. So this guy is the one doing it. He's got his args. So the download failed, but the main one succeeded? That's what's confusing me. And they're literally using the same tool runner, because this guy would come in here. He's got the arguments. Tool X VPK version. Process arguments. Am I just stupid? What is... Let me go look. Do we... Because I had the test project working at one point, and maybe I should just get this guy up and running. Okay, so let's get this guy going and working, because this feels like the thing that I actually want to get working to make this go properly. So let's get the tests up and running, because that's probably the path of least resistance here. Yeah, build tests, run. Let's see where we're at. Because the fact that we don't have the tests running is probably a good indication of what's going wrong. I'm sorry, what? I'm concerned that we changed up the exact command that was being executed and none of these tests failed. That is concerning to me, because what that tells me is that code path is not being tested, which is thrilling on a number of levels. Absolutely, like I just love it when tests pass and they shouldn't. Stop debugging. So that was a release build pass. Let's try this again. Let's actually debug this time. Test run aborted. I'm sorry, what? Why do I feel like you've just lost your mind? I'm also now concerned that these tests are ran against an older version of the DLL, so we're just going to recompile them. Force them to run clean, force them to be warm and fuzzy. For anyone who joined late, just as a heads up, generally I stream, for me it's Thursday nights, to adjust accordingly for your time zone. But next week I will be out of town for a conference, and so there will be no stream next Thursday. And then it also looks like I may be doing some international travel in April, and so the end of April I may be canceling some streams. So anybody who wants to keep up with it, join the Discord. There is a streaming notifications channel in there where I try to post the stuff that's in there. Okay. Why? This is... Oh, this is just testing the build arguments method. Oh. It's working because it's not... Okay. Okay. So it's literally testing inside of here to verify that it's done all of these okay. So it's working, but it's working because it's not testing the actual running of the command. Well, that's dumb. That is dumb, 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 dumb. Because ideally what I would like is I would like something that actually validates this. The hard part is I would have to leave a way of turning off the download command or hijacking the process.start. Because there is no seam in my code right now that supports changing the process.start, and I think that would be what would be needed, is some seam in the code that allows for changing these. Okay, next option, debugger.launch. This is going to annoy the snot out of me, and I'm going to do it anyway. So we will build a new package, and we will come here and clear out the folder. And then we will come back over here, and we're going to publish this sucker. Go, 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 go. Okay, now when you put in the debugger launch, it now slaps that sucker on. Disable just my code and continue. So that should get us into a situation where we can now, in theory, get our breakpoint. Okay, so now we're just going to step through and see what the heck's going on. Because I'm clearly missing something. So there's the args. It adds them in. The args look exactly like what was expected. Great. Run VPK. Don't care about the dictionary. Okay. So let's see. What does the start info look like? So it does have everything. Oh, is this just a logger problem? Because when I log, it's not... Process info. Oh, look at that. It's, yes, it is because it is logging arguments, not process arguments. That is exactly what's going on. Okay. Okay. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Okay. 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 Change that up so it doesn't do multiple enumerations. Kill that off. Change you up so that you stop logging poorly. So the issue is not with the commands themselves, but with the thing failing out. Okay. Okay. That makes... Okay. Warm fuzzy. My world makes sense again. Well, it mostly makes sense. I don't know why it's failing. That part's weird. Okay. So there's that. Let's see. Let's blow the cache. Boom. Publish. And then, once again, we pick up the new... Grab the pack task. Okay, step up. And then we're going to go into our pre-execute. We're going to do the needful. Step over, step over. So this just logs the args. Might change up how that works, but that's okay. Let's see. Step out, step in, step over, step over, step over, step over, step over. This guy should just grab all of that, begin, wait for exit, and it's going to think about itself for a moment. Okay, exit code -1. This is now going to log out the full command. There was no error logs. There was just... Really? Why don't I log the standard out as well? Feels weird. Log warning. I feel like I want to do if... I don't know why I'm not logging the output in addition to the standard output. Output.length greater than 0. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Right, then log warning. Output to string. Gen that sucker out. Because I don't see why I would handicap myself. But the nice part is this thing should give me a reasonable failure. .NET Tool exe, all the things. Right, and so in theory, I should be able to grab this guy here and run this and see exactly the same thing that it did. Response does not indicate success. Okay, so the back end is 404ing, and if I had been outputting all of my output, that would have been better. So autotyper this guy here, autotyper UI does not exist. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's the problem. Because the package ID that I have distributed out here is not autotyper UI, it's kaboo.autotyper. That's the problem. I'm an idiot. Okay, so we fixed the logging though, so let's go back. Let's rebuild that guy up so we can use a version of this package with better logging. We should probably handle the case where the package doesn't exist because of the ID and provide a useful error message. I need to add a note real quick. When package doesn't exist on flow, better error message. Okay, so that is a somewhat expected fail case, and we should probably just not be 404 in them. I mean, the API should still 404 them, but we should present a much better error when we get a 404 back. Okay, so that goes there, and let's turn off the debugger launch. I'm realizing I don't really want that anymore. We'll rebuild this, and then on my app itself, I need to specify, because the default behavior of this package task, close you, build, nope, targets, there is this package ID, which it defaults to assembly name, which is probably fine for a lot of people, depending on how you've named it. But in this case, was it autotyper UI? I think is what autotyper is what I called it. So just be aware. So when you go through and create a project in our cloud system, right? So when you create a new project, this package ID is very, very important. And I want to, we may need to go through and change some UI here, but this is expected to be globally unique. Two apps cannot exist on the same system with the same ID, right? So the package ID isn't something that gets shown to the user, but it does dictate like the install location and a few other things. So they must be unique, and in general, following something not too different from like I wouldn't say exactly like what Android does for their naming scheme, but having it be something like owner.appname is much better than just straight app name. We may end up adding some enforcement to our cloud hosted service that requires there to be at least a single dot in the name so that we can kind of force owner.app name. We talked about potentially making the owner name automatically be based upon the team or otherwise who owns it. Not necessarily sold on that, because it means if you bring an existing app, you would have had to know that to make your team that name ahead of time. That may just be problematic. But having these things set up ahead of time and having it be owner.app name is highly, highly, highly recommended. Right. So once we realize that that's a problem, and then I am going to just go up here since I know version and I can see the latest version that I have out here is 103. What I want to do is create 104.04. Now, normally you'd specify this version on a pipeline or otherwise, but we're just testing locally for the moment. Okay, so that built. .NET Publish. Please give me an installer. I'm actually realizing that I probably want to blow this away. Cancel. And actually, let me kill this real quick because I don't know now that I changed that. I want to, yeah. I realize you were probably in the middle of something. Hold on. Let's try this one more time. It's there. It's pulling down the 103, which is the latest, because it needs to grab that full package to delta against it, and then poof, there we go. And so, like I was showing before, most of what you see in here is exactly like when you build your first version, except for the key difference is going to be this guy here, right? And you'll note the delta package is significantly smaller than the main package because we don't have to recreate all of your regular things, right? And you'll note, I don't know exactly what I had shoved into my 103 release, but my 103 release is massive, right? I don't know what I changed, but I clearly changed something since 104 went from 80 kilobytes, or I'm sorry, 80 megs to 6. And shockingly, the difference between 80 and 6 is clearly 2. Obviously, I think that makes sense to everybody. Likely because I'm guessing there was probably embedded framework or something, and so this guy just needs to keep track of the fact, oh, I'm deleting an entire assembly. Done. Right? That's a much simpler thing to track and doesn't take nearly as much space. Okay, so that built what looks like a valid installer. Okay, so that's good. I want to uninstall this app because I have it installed right now because I want to actually, well, I guess I can't. I was going to run it from the pipeline, but I can't run it from the pipeline right now because that would because right now I'm running from a local NuGet source. I would need a NuGet source with these versions in them. So I will still have to test locally a little bit. But I want to walk through all of the full flow with this to make sure everything works nicely. So we are going to download the latest setup.exe. Clearly I've downloaded it before. Yep, it's unsigned. I get it. No, keep it anyway. I promise it's good. It's not a scary thing. Open. Okay, so it's going to launch and whoop, you see the little installer bar go across. As you can see, it was fairly quick, and we actually have some stuff coming that will make it even faster because our goal is for you not really to need to see a UI during install. It should just install fast, right? Showing a UI is an indication that it's not fast. But some apps, like you were installing a 2 gig application on a really slow spinny drive, I'm sorry, like I can only copy things as fast as your disk will go. Okay, so the key thing here is this app shows its version number right in the title bar. That's the kicker, right? And I think, trying to look at when I do the update check. If I remember right, it is just on startup at the very beginning, and I'm aggressive. Yeah, so this is the startup check. So if you do build your own, or if people would like to use Velopack, this is what you must do. You must reference the Velopack NuGet package. Done. And this is going to be .NET specific for people. Similar things for other languages. Reference Velopack using the package manager that is native to your system, right? Crates, npm, etc. There will be a line that you want to put very early in your build or in your app startup, ideally at the beginning of your main method, as close as possible. The reason is because when we launch your application, if we go docs, and there are integration app hooks. These guys here, these call into your application to notify you of when things occur. So if you want to run some code when your app is updated, when it's first installed, when it's being uninstalled, you have the ability to execute code. Do be aware, there are some hard limits on how much time you have to do things, right? For most people, you have plenty of time. Good morning, JC. Good to have you. We've almost got the Velopack.Build thing working. We just saw it work once. We're about to test the full end-to-end. But there are these callback hooks that you can do stuff with. But the key thing here is when we invoke your app, we are passing these command line arguments to it, and that this bootstrapper here is watching for those command line arguments, invoking those callbacks, and then terminating your app. If you put this later in your app startup, you're just wasting time, right? Because those hooks are expected to be fast. You want it to come up, do the thing, shut down, go away. That's it. So you want this as early as possible that you could put in here. And this is where you end up getting the like after install, after update, after uninstall, right? On first run, on restarted, right? These are where all of these hooks start coming into play. So you can do fancy stuff, right? Rather than us trying to figure out everything people want to do with installers when an app is updated, we just gave a callback and said, have fun, right? Sky's the limit. You're hard capped on time, but for most people, that it's more than enough time. For people who want to do a lot of work, like, hey, we want to download this database backup. What we usually recommend people do is use the callback hook to save some state and then look for that state on your app's actual startup. Because then if it's on your app's actual startup, it's just your app. You can do whatever you want, right? So the callback hook, again, because there's a time limit there, if you're going to do something bigger, it's better to persist information that you want to do that operation and then do that on app startup itself. So, but this one just checks for updates on app startup, which the update check in this app is as stupid, bloody simple as you can make it. Check for updates. If there are no updates, return false. If there are updates, download them and then immediately apply them. And in general, most people, if you're making a friendly app, you should probably put some UI around these steps, right? Because most apps, when there is a new download that comes or otherwise, right? You're used to apps popping a little notification bubble of, hey, there's a new app. Do you want to download it? You don't usually just kick off the download without the user's permission. So what's the guarantee for those hooks? So they are all guaranteed to be invoked if they return non-zero exit codes. Things in the lifetime may prevent them from being invoked, right? So as long as Velopack is what's starting things, they're guaranteed, right? There's no situation where these will get bypassed. There's a handful of caveats here, like if you distribute it as a portable app and as an exe, the portable app isn't going to see the install hook because it was never installed. Right, so they're guaranteed as long as it's actually being used for the full life cycle. But if it's like, hey, I'm distributing both the setup exe and the portable one, and I'm doing something on the install hook, it's worth noting that you won't see the install hook for that portable one because the portable one doesn't have an install step. Same with related uninstall. You would still get an updated hook. That's a thing that you can see happen and come through. But it is worth noting. It's guaranteed as long as Velopack is managing that bit of the flow, but if you distribute it in a bunch of different ways, they don't all have the same flow. So just for what that's worth, right? Let's see, might be useful to put DB migrations in the first run hook, saves running it on every startup. Yeah, and it's certainly doable. Like I said, the one thing I would caution on is depending on how long those might take to run, you are hard capped on time, right? If you're thinking that it's possible that you might start bumping into the 13 or 15 second time limits, it may be better to have that first run hook, maybe, write a file or set a flag or do something that indicates, hey, by the way, you need to run database migrations, and then have your app startup run them, right? But only when it sees that flag set. Just because Velopack doesn't give your app infinite time to do things, it will be forcefully terminated if you exceed the time limits. So these are meant as notification callbacks, not injection points to do a bunch of work. So for what it's worth, we may see about expanding those APIs at a later point, similar to how like a lot of mobile APIs, they give you callback hooks for like app shutdown, but they give you the ability to like register a deferral to say, hey, I need more time, right? We may consider something like that. It's just one of those, it's very easy for people to accidentally shoot themselves in the foot with these. And so it goes pretty quick. My migrations are very small, just a table for tracking and running task states. Oh, okay, yeah. And especially if it's like a local SQLite database, that thing probably blitzes in a blink of an eye. And then it's not for SQLite databases in .NET, my experience is, especially small ones, it takes longer to load the SQLite assembly than to do the SQLite tasks. So it's like, okay, great. So, but if you want them, great. Okay, so key thing here, I have a 103 out on Flow, and I've got 103 installed. Okay, I'm going to close the app because it's only going to check for updates on start. Okay, and then I am going to come in here and I am going to set the, I want to set the publish on build or push on publish. Wait. So I'm going to set you to true so that you actually do the whole 9 yards. I think we've done the needful. I don't recall if I have any extra changes, so I'm just gonna build a new package. Let's see, my app is pretty much applying config and managing updates for one of our devices. Okay, yeah, so it's, I imagine fairly small and fairly quick. So yeah, like I said, those hooks are guaranteed as depending on how you're distributing and obviously order of operations, right? So just be aware. At some point, I want to improve some of those docs on being a lot more explicit about like drawing out flow diagrams for the flow of, hey, on an install, these are the sets of hooks that get invoked in which order. And then maybe have a separate breakout to say, okay, for a portable app, this is the hooks that you expect to see when, right? But for the most part, they're all named kind of, in my opinion, in an obvious manner. So it does exactly what it claims to. Okay, so we are going to build and launch this, and hopefully what we see is something pushing out. That would be the ideal thing. So it's build, push release, so it is doing the needful. I'm going to add a note here for myself. The fact that there's no output during this process is problematic to me. I feel like I should be outputting more. Especially by default, because I realize it's a small one, but it feels like these ones are big enough that are worth doing. Okay, it claims to have done the needful. So let me drag my browser window back over here. We're going to refresh this list. poof, 104 now exists out on Velopack Flow. Woot, woot, woot. So we got to wait for a minute because it has to process and virus scan and all the needful garbage. So that'll take it it'll take it a hot second, and then it'll go to the races. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think there's still a bug. Okay. A bug with the I think there's a bug with that processing spinner not updating as things go through. Okay, so we've got 104 out there. It is out and published and good to go. Great. One of the things, if people are interested, we do have this idea of a tiered rollout as well. So if you want to push an update and dial down and say, hey, I want to roll this update, but only have it for 50% of users or otherwise. There's also flags for uploading updates and defaulting this tiered rollout to 0. So you can get the app updated and then get it ready to go. And we've got things on our backlog for like scheduled releases and that kind of thing, because it's one of those people expect to be able to have things go live at a predictable moment. But like this 104 release, we can see that it's got a bunch of assets. It's got a portable version, a setup, a full, and a delta, and relative sizes of all those. Great, huzzah, that makes sense. That does the needful. So I'm going to launch my app. And it's probably going to go onto the wrong screen, and I'm going to drag it over, and then hopefully it dies here in a minute because it's going to go out, boom, because it doesn't have a friendly UI. It kills the app. It installs the update. Full end to end, baby. Full end to end. I'm so proud. Okay. I'm so happy. Now, I have to do this. I rev the version. No other changes, right? .NET Publish. Oh, this is the dream demo. This is the demo I want to show people. .NET Publish and done. Right? Mwah. Okay. So it claimed to have done the needful. So once again, we've got 105. It's now out. It's processing. Again, I think I have a bug with this spinner. Add a note to go look at that. Because the fact that it also goes from 0 to all the way makes me suspect that there is something amiss. I'm just going to track its network calls real quick. I think I know where the bug is. No making calls. That's probably part of it. If I refresh, yeah. So if I refresh, it makes the call, but it's not automatic. Okay, so there's the bug. Okay, so therein lies the bug, and that should probably get fixed. So there is something there to go look at. And that is now out there. So if I close, I should probably add a little button for check for updates or something. So if I close this down, right, and then I'm going to relaunch because it only checks for updates at launch. There we go. There's 104. Hands off. Oh, it updated. It went too quick. But it updated. It was a little fast. I wasn't able to drag the window up. You're going to have to trust me that there was a brief flash of the installer window that went through. And I think it's likely because the delta was 34.6 kilobytes worth of download. So it's a very tiny download and a very quick apply because there's like nothing there. Right? Like that is not a lot. So, yes. Yes. It's working. Okay, so Let's go back over here. So what do we need to do to polish this off? I think I want to change this to have underscores in the name, because these are not values I expect people to need to set. These should not be things that are necessary for any normal person to set. These should just be, these are internal implementation details. So hands off. If you play with them, just know that I reserve the right to change them, move them, and do all kinds of stuff that breaks you without notification whatsoever. Okay, so there's that. Let me do a commit before I get too carried away. I don't want to screw this up. Okay, so we're gonna ignore those. Velopack SLN. Wow. We'll come back to look at those. I'm less concerned about that. So I do need that. I do need that. I do need that. There. Okay. So what I would like to change, though... Oh, I guess I should actually create the commit. Just staging them doesn't actually make a commit. Come on, Kraken, write me a message. Do the needful. Do the needful. Good little Kraken. Such a helpful little guy. Let's see here. I'm going to push this branch as well, because this is good. .NET SLN migrate. Yes, JC, but I want to do it on a different branch. I don't want to... There's enough changes on this one. It's already going to be kind of a pain for review. So I think I'm going to do the SLN migrate elsewhere. And I'm probably going to abandon the SLN changes on this branch, just because I don't want to deal with the version migrate, because the thing that I'm noticing immediately is our old SLN file is still pointed at 17, not 18. And 18 is VS 2026, 17 is 2022. So I'm just probably not going to care about these changes and deal with the migrate elsewhere. Because if I don't touch it, it won't cause a conflict when I inevitably do the merge. Okay, so there's all of that. I want to look at the building of this package, because I would like this VPK version to get populated nicely. And I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. So when we go through and do the building, I think it's in here. There's the Rust one. These are the packages. Is it just straight under build? Build Python, build Rust, build packages, release. I want to, this is downloading VPK. Because I just want to get this added in so that it brings in the appropriate... Let's see. That's interesting. I didn't realize he was going straight. I wonder why he wrote this with PowerShell rather than... Well, maybe I wrote this. Did I write this? Huh. If anybody else is trying to find a programmatic way to get the release notes, it is much easier to use the GitHub CLI. Much, much easier, especially since if you use the GitHub CLI within a GitHub action, it will use the default github.token as its authentication mechanism. And that token, unless you change it in your settings, only has read access level to your repository, which in general, it's secure by default is the premise. But you can always change the settings differently. But so this is downloading the NuGet. Oh, he set up federated credentials. Way to go, Kalen. So where is... get item packages. So where is this packages being built? That's the download. Is it in here? It must be in here. I must be missing this. Oh, upload. There it is. There it is. Okay, so upload version file as artifact. So this thing is setting the version, copying all the binaries. This is pack rust assets. This is doing a build. But where does it get the... Does it pack on build? Is that what's going on? I wonder if it's set to pack on build. Oh, I so want to rev these things. I am... Nope, not now. Not now. Hands off, Kevin. That's a later project. It's a later project. Later project. I think it must be set to pack on build. Pack on build. Let's see. So what is the best practice for storing an API auth key for a .NET WPF app, and how should this be distributed to users? So ideally not in a perfect world. So in the problem being is that there's no guaranteed way of securing that API key if you put it directly in the WPF app and hand it to the users. There is no clean solution for that, because at the end of the day, the users can always get at it, right? Even if, like, you can try putting it in the code and various obfuscators and whatnot, it's just everything is security by obscurity, and at some point, someone can get it. At minimum, if it lives inside the WPF application, a significantly advanced user can just wait until that key is loaded into memory, investigate the memory of the running process, and grab it that way, right? That's obviously very advanced. Most of the time, a much simpler solution is you just watch the outbound traffic of the app, and the API key will usually just get like dumped in a header or wherever it's being used. So in an ideal situation, if it is something that you could offload to a back-end service and have the service make the API call, and then your service proxies that down to your app, and your service then authenticates, that's best. But I am very aware that that is not always a valid use case. So for example, I worked on an app at one point that was using Esri's map controls, and the app wasn't allowed any back-end service as a way of mitigating it. And so it made it very difficult, because we basically ended up, we encrypted it, but the decryption had to live inside of there. And so that was more problematic. I need to access a third party like Microsoft Graph. So in a lot of cases, if you're inside of a WPF app, is there an opportunity to authenticate as the user, with like single sign-in, default Azure credentials or otherwise? Or does the WPF app need to authenticate as itself, right? Where it's an app-to-app communication? Because in an ideal situation, you don't use an API key and you let the no SSO. Okay. Yeah. That will make it significantly harder. Is the API key something that will be, this is all internal. Okay. I mean, at least that's better, right? Like, on one hand, so it's something else if you're distributing your app out to users that you have no control over. But if they're all internal users, then that's less good. Do you have any sort of back-end service at all? Because And then I guess the other question is the API key something that will be transmitted out of the WPF app in like an HTTP header or similar? I think those would be the other questions I would ask. Because if it's transmitted out of the app in an HTTP header, it's functionally being sent in a way that the user has visibility into it. And it might be worth just compiling it into your app and calling it a day. Because if somebody wanted to see it, it's by far easier to pop Fiddler and watch the network traffic. Yeah, so yes, HTTP GET with auth. Okay, so if it's being sent from the WPF app on the header, I might suggest just compile it into your app. Now that doesn't mean check it into source control. A better option there would be as part of your build to set it up as a parameter that gets passed in. So for example, I think I have a sample in this workflow, in fact. I don't. But the syntax looks like this. My API key gets ABC 1, 2, 3, right? So you would do as part of .NET Build or MS Build, you can pass in arbitrary parameters. And with MS Build, the parameters are just arbitrary, right? They're just key value pairs, make up whatever thing makes sense. The only thing you can't do is use reserved names. So configuration, version, etc. Right? Those. So make the name of your thing something that'll be specific to you, right? And then inside of your app, what that ends up giving you is something equivalent my API key, right? So just as though you had done this and put a value, you can actually just have it exist here, right? And then what you can do is, let me grab from over here, because I think this is where we saved it. It's getting rid of the assembly reference. Let me go, because it was in my git diff. Not that one. This one? Must be back further than that. Must be back further than that. File view. Where is this? Oh, am I looking at the wrong one? I'm looking at the wrong one. That's why I'm not seeing it. Sorry, I'm just looking for where I had gotten rid of that injection, because that is, I believe, exactly what you're looking for. So here, can I not delete it? Is it still in my targets file? It's the attribute that we did, because that attribute, because passing the attribute in is functionally exactly what I was going to show you to do. No, it has to be in the CS project because it needs to be compiled into this project. Where did it go? Did I ever check it in? David, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's got to be in the CS proj. It's got to be in the CS proj. Exclude. Yeah, not there. CS proj. Where is the generate assembly? Let's. No, diff view, but I want the inline. Was it not something that was ever checked in? Did I just not check it in from earlier? Just Let me go look out and find this because there's a let's see, MS Build rate assembly attribute. There is a these are the built-in ones, but there's the generic pattern. This is what you want. Set arbitrary attributes. Okay, so that's what you're looking for there. The key thing here, they're demonstrating it with a parameter called build date, and they're just arbitrarily putting in a date. But again, replace the word date with my API attribute, right? So just like I was showing over here, my API key, right? So where I have my API key here, this allows you to do a parameter. You would put this here and then drop in the value. And then inside of your app, you get something generated like this. And then you just go after the assembly metadata attribute to pull that value back out by name. So something of that nature gets you functionally all the way there. And then you can have your API key go in. The key bit there that I would highlight is that you're generating your API key and keeping it in like your repository secrets, assuming you're on GitHub, or I think they're project secrets on Azure DevOps or wherever it is. That way you're not checking the key into source control, and instead you have your pipeline compile it in for you. So that would be what I would tell you to do, JC. Again, at the end of the day, it is security by obscurity, because anyone who cracks that sucker open is going to be able to see it, but they also could just run Fiddler and grab it that way. So again, the ideal situation is you just don't put it there, but in the event that that's not possible, and again, do your own appropriate risk assessment. If you're saying it's internal users, the risk might be perfectly acceptable, right? Because you control the users. It's not like it's being sent out to the wild and turning loose. Cutie, welcome in. It is going great. We have it working. Updates are flowing. The world is a wonderful place. And I still have half a can of Mountain Dew. I see your stream ended before the 3-hour mark. Congratulations on finishing on time. I think. All good things, yes. For everybody who's popped in later, just a heads up, next week I will not be streaming. I will be gone to Seattle for a conference. And then in April, it looks like I'm going to be doing some international travel. So I will probably be canceling the last couple weeks of April. To be determined. Exact schedule is still being worked out, because it's only an international trip and it's only a handful of weeks away. So that'll be exciting. So we will see how that goes. I need to brush up and learn alternate culture, and according to my research tonight, my sense of humor may not land there. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to drop my sense of humor. So that'll be interesting. I don't know how that's gonna work. Going someplace new? Yeah, so it's actually Taiwan. So let me rephrase. It's probably Taiwan. Nothing is confirmed yet, so I will put it that way. Everything is subject to change at the moment. So, yeah, we'll call it last minute, because an international trip only a handful of weeks away is definitely last minute. So there is that. But hopefully should be good. Okay, see? Updates. Look, happy updates. We published them tonight. Yay! I hope you have a translator. No, of course not. But I was very clear when I was asked, because the trip is functionally a business trip where they wanted me to go deliver some training. And I was like, just so we're clear, your choices for my language that I'm delivering the training in are English and C#. Those are the only two languages I can communicate any amount of training in. And so it's That's the only options. So yeah, so that's yeah. They said English was fine. I was like, excellent, because that's all I've got. I do not have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. So that is the only one I have at my disposal. But I lost my train of thought. Though it actually lined up with what you were asking, JC, of I want this MS Build property set based upon my version number, which means I need to get my version number, and I need to find that in my build something or another, which was here. And I was trying to figure out how it was building the NuGet packages, because I have to believe it's doing pack on build somewhere, because it does a build, it grabs the version number, writes it out, upload and so so somewhere between build and upload package, so it's got to be doing a pack on build somewhere. That's the only explanation for how that would work. And it's clearly working. So okay. So let's just look. Velopack. You must have a pack on build somewhere in here. Somewhere, right? I'm not completely crazy. I hope. I don't see any of it. And I would have expected it in the build props or similar. Base output, output path. So this is the stuff here of why you don't see a bin or OBJ directory down in the project, and how they're being redirected higher up. This is also, like, this works, but it should be noted that this is not a fully supported situation of doing this. So it's a great way to shoot yourself in the foot, and so we've done so. It's just you have to be very careful with some of your MS Build stuff when you start redirecting their output directories, because there are things that make assumptions. And so it's all working. You just have to be very, very careful. Clean, restore with lock files, sign assembly. Where the heck is it? Package license. Generate package on build. There it is right there. So if you're not building inside Visual Studio, we generate, okay. Okay, so that's the check. So it's not actually checking for a pipeline or anything. It's literally checking for if you are building outside of Visual Studio, i.e. the command line, generate a package. Okay. 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 And more importantly, it's looking for a package ID. When it sees a package ID, it sets up all of this stuff, builds up the source link bits, sets packable to true. Got it. Okay. I will point one thing out to people as well. You'll note there is a props and a targets file. The important thing to understand about props and targets, there's nothing magical about either of those names, except for the fact that the .NET SDK loads prop files here and targets files here. That's it. Like when you reference this SDK, one of the things that it's doing is saying, oh, okay, I'm going to load my prop files first, do this, and then I'm going to load my targets files at the end. So the reason this exists in a targets file is because otherwise, if you were hoping to set this as part of your CS proj, it wouldn't be set in a prop, because the prop is loaded before the rest of the CS proj is loaded. Do it in a targets file, it's loaded at the end. So all that jazz. Okay, so that gets it into there. So my question though is, where is it getting? I don't know what property. How does it get versioned? Does it set the version property, or does it set? I don't know what it's setting to do this. Okay, so here's how we're going to find out. Here is how we are going to find out. We are going to back up a level. And we are going to go cd. Where's the Velopack library proper? Where do you live? C#. That's right. Lib C#. Nope, that's C++. cd lib C#. There you are. Okay. And that's how you spell Dobbit. This is how you spell .NET. See, that wasn't a typo. The famous painter once said, those just happy accidents. Okay, so that built, and I believe should have built a local package. Did not, or at least it didn't put it where I would have expected it to put the package. Let me just refresh. Make sure I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Interesting. .NET Pack. This should do it. There we go. Now we have something slightly more interesting. Now we have the package. Okay, so now that that gives me that, show me where you're getting your version number. So do the needful. Now that you've had your fun, now show me your bin log. Okay, now you cannot hide from me. Now you cannot hide. Insert reference to Star Wars here. I have you now. Show the package version. Where do you set the package version? Files, package version. Great. Now show me where it got applied, because the target value that we are clearly looking for is 001541 GE. So we're looking for a fridge. That's a lot of not my package version. Maybe I should search for my target one. I am mildly surprised. It did skip this task because all of these were up to date. This guy here. So there is the... Let's see. What do you output? Language. All of those things. Work around the property stomping that MS-Build does. Great. Get build version. I just want to know what you're setting. Set those properties that require special care to not overwrite prior values. Fine. But somewhere in here, you are setting the cloud build number that's getting set. Get NuGet package version. Get build returns NuGet package version. Is this what's being used? Get my big head out of the way. Let's see. Add this NuGet package version. Generate version info. Assembly version info. That sets assembly version. Which is all fine. Avoid applying the newly generated assembly version info file to the build unless it is changed in order to allow incremental building. Great. So it's generating an assembly info CS. So if that's the case, what that means is I can go here and I can go OBJ Velopack, and I can look at suppose debug, and I should see an assembly version .cs, or this guy here. Open with VS Code. Sounds great. Sounds great. Stop it. That is not the one we are looking for. You are not what I am looking for. Like version.cs, is this the one that has it? I just want to know where to grab this bloody version from. There we go. Assembly file version. Yeah, the problem I see though is I need... that's not the right folder. Did I? Oh, I navigated away from it like an idiot. Okay. So aside from me being dumb, let's see here. So because that's Velopack, which means I am... Where's the release packages at? The bins, build there. So because what I'm specifically looking for is not just this 1541, but I need the NuGet version, not the assembly version, which is going to be subtly different. Assembly informational version. That E18145C. Why does the assembly informational version not include the G? That feels not right. That feels very not right. Let me grab this because I know it's based upon the commit hash. I wonder if I can just hunt this in by value. Okay, so NuGet package version is probably what I'm looking for. Get build version properties. So I think that's what we're going to be going for. As I was just trying to look at which of these things I need to make sure get referenced. Target get build version. Yeah, so I think I can just do this based upon NuGet package version. So if I go copy here, right, and I go back here, I believe what I can get away with is coming into here. Oh, but I need a build step in this project that's going to put that value into this targets file right here. By here, I mean here. Because I need the NuGet package version or the VPK version to match that. I think, if I remember right, there is I think there's an MS Build task that will do this for me. I think, if I remember right. And it's probably ugly, but it is... Am I wrong? MS Build. Okay, everybody close your eyes. Nobody should ever type this sentence in. Property functions. Oh, it's I don't like that. So it's a function that's available to me by virtue of MS-Build loading up some of the built-in classes inside of .NET. So I could do the regex that way, but oh, that makes me sad. That makes me very sad, very, very sad. So for people who are unfamiliar with this, regular expressions are call it a necessary evil, right? And the obligatory the obligatory XKCD, right, of of coming in, obviously it's the hero. What is unclear from this XKCD comic that I don't think gets cleared on is what happens after the final scene, because the general thought is that if you solve an expression with regex, then you have two problems. It's not always the case, but in this case, I'm pretty confident that's about what I'm about to have is two problems. Oh, I just don't like this. Is there a better way I could do this? Is there a better way I could do this? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry, cutie. It's just okay, because at the end of the day, what do I need? I need to produce a NuGet package where the task knows about what version it's at. And I need to be able to find that information. Oh. Maybe I don't need to do it with MS-Build. Hey, okay. You know that lovely little bit of kit that we just shared for JC? I think we're gonna abuse the exact thing that I just suggested somebody else do for my stuff. I think that's how we're gonna do this. I don't know if I can get away with just slapping this in my item group directly, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. The only reason I'm hesitant on this is I think I'm gonna get bit by the same props versus targets thing where the nerd bank target that sets this may not be set yet. But VPK NuGet version. Actually, maybe let's not call it VPK. Let's call it Velopack NuGet version. Right? And then we come over here and we go this guy here, copy, paste. All right, so this guy will now build and inject an attribute, and then all I have to do inside of my base VPK task, right? Because this, I think we just make it optional now. Don't make it required. And what we will do is we will do var VPK version gets VPK version if string. So if there is not a value passed in, we will then go out to our assembly and we will get our assembly metadata and we will just grab it that way. Right? So we go assembly, get executing assembly, which is us, get custom attributes, Why does it not allow... Why is it not showing me the custom one? Assembly metadata attribute. Let's see, get custom attributes. Single, because we don't expect there to be more than one that matches this. X.key equals, and then I'm going to just go copy that. I expect there to be a key with that in it, right? And dot value, VPK version. So we expect that to work. So for reference, JC, that's, you do something similar, right? Obviously replace this with your thing. And then let's just format that up a little nicer. Why are you convinced that this is... What? Bang. That should not be realistically possible. Okay, so now let's go through and we will, let's see, move up. Let's see, let's go down. CD Velopack.Build. Let's see, and then if I think I can go up until I find my semicolon one. Build pack, and then we're just going to go look at what it did. Because my assumption is that it will have... See, if we go back up to build, that was a release build, right? Yeah, config release. And then we should have a net 10 thing. This is Velopack build release. Why do I not see Velopack? Not the recycle bin. Let's see. Velopack build OBJs. OBJ release. Oh. Oh, it's only net 8 and net 472. That's right. That's why it doesn't exist, because I'm in the wrong folder like an idiot. Okay, we will try. There she is. Okay, so dnspy. Oh, do I not have dnspy? I do not. How about il-dasm? That'll work. The il disassembler. This is the tool you open when you want to look smart. It's really not that complicated. Okay, so we expand this guy out, and then we are hunting for his assembly attributes. And we just want to see... I'm expecting to see a metadata attribute that I am not seeing. I see this. I see all of these bits. Here is the updated manifest at the top. Assembly version. There we go. There's the metadata attribute. Is that the one with the right key? No. That is repository URL. So, did you not generate? Oh. Oh. I bet you I put it in a... No, it's right here. NuGet version. Why is it not? Why is it not in there then? I expect it to be there. Let me check the build date on my DLL. The 12:01 a.m. i.e. Kevin, you are up way too late. And we've got assembly file version. And all of these things have been added in. I do not see it. But obviously these things are set somewhere. I'm just surprised this isn't being set. At worst, set with an empty string is what I would expect. I'm a little confused as to how it's not showing up at all. Why would... Just check and make sure I haven't done something stupid. Pack sample release directory, but this is in the samples, so that doesn't count. Build and then test app. That's kind of a clever way of doing that. Why would you not get added in? Well, when in doubt, we come back here and we do the... This should have happened here. Let's go. Let's go a spelunking. Okay, so it did get added and it did get set to nothing. I was wondering if that would end up being the case, where it is there and it's being set emptily, which is not helpful. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to find where this guy gets set and work backwards from that. Because this is target process frame reference, so package assets. Really, I'm looking for the nerd bank one that sets it. And I don't remember what was the thing that I searched to find the nerd bank MS build task before. I'm trying to remember what I was searching. What did I search? Does anyone remember? How did I find the version that I was after before? Because I hunted version. Oh, I think I hunted the value of it. Because what I went after was the actual build one here. So where is the... Wait, 1258. Wrong day. Okay. Whew. It's like it's... Hasn't been that long, has it? So if I do this, what I should see is a package get output with a modified timestamp that resembles recent. Oh yeah, date rolled over. That's why. Okay. New date, new version. And then I was hunting out this string is what we hunted for. Close, just you. Just you. We hunted that string version, and this is where we got this. Depends on target. So I'm wondering what is, because get build version. Are you what depends on this? So I think what I want to do is come down here and delay this guy a little bit. So I'm going to do target name because it needs a unique name, and it will be set Velopack NuGet version. There we go. Then I'm going to bring this item group into here, and I'm going to say this guy has to run after the get build version. That auto format's getting real annoying. Especially since the auto format is scrolling me up every time. So now that should ensure that this item group doesn't get added to the set until after get build version is invoked. Okay. So now we come back here. Do the needful. Still gonna ILDASM our way to victory because reasons. Oh, it's in use by another process. How about now? Yeah. Great. Find me a package. Velopack.Build, and then I should have ILDASM still here. Great. Bring it in, and I should see the metadata in here somewhere. Where are you? I am surprised I see no metadata in this at all. Like, none. Where is... There is assembly copyright. Oh, assembly metadata attribute. Which one are you? Ahaha! There we go. There we go. Velopack NuGet version. I am a little interested in the fact that it appears to have... Let me just double check. Because the assumption is that this version gets set to just the version string. Okay, so that should be fine. That should be fine. Let's validate that. And to do that, we blow away our NuGet cache. And we come back over to our other tab where we are building this. And we will... Let's .NET publish and see what it does when we publish with the same version number. I don't know that it's going to be... I don't know what it's actually going to do. I would hope it would skip. That would be my desire. But I don't know that that's what it's going to do. I mean, it is building a release, so it's doing something. I do kind of... Okay, I'm going to add a note here. I feel like it should... build... Okay. So the question is, it used that version. Is that right? I don't think it is, but let me... What was the... But it did get a version. So the interesting part is it was referencing 1540 over here, and then it extracted its own version to be 1490. Which tells me it did not do what I expected. Oh, but actually, hold on. That is expected. That is expected. Because I am an idiot and we left it hard-coded. And we should not need this anymore. That's the kicker. Okay. Because it should be looking up the version version 1.0 is not found. That tells me it didn't update the cache. So let's blow this away again. And then let me check. When we rolled over on the commit, I'm wondering if my build version changed. Yeah, my build version changed. So I need to change the referenced version to be this. So this guy's package version needs to be updated to be latest package. And now should use the assembly. Please work. This would make me happy. Okay. So this is desirable behavior at the moment because I don't have a VPK version built for the same NuGet package version, but the NuGet package version that I am using is working. Perfect. That is exactly what I want. So I've got this here as a fallback, and more importantly, this guy goes like this. This guy goes like this, and we put the underscores in here to make this go back to working. Okay. Okay, so that's better. That gets that building properly and keeps that in sync. I guess then the only question is, do I need my MS Build task multi-targeting anymore? Because if this is expected to be a net 10 thing, there should be no situation where you are compiling with an older assembly. I think that's true. So let's net 10 this beast. I think this is fine. I could be wrong. The Microsoft Utility Core strongly hints that I am wrong. What do you support? Build Utilities Core. Show me your package references. What do you support? You only support net 9. Well, doesn't that just bite? You must have an update. There must be a newer version. Hey, look. Kind of like 18.4.0, perhaps, is the updated one, I imagine. Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. Let's see. Build. Let's see. Oh man, I just finished sorting some parts for my triple Z-axis upgrade for the 3D printer in the building. Let's see, it needs 15 M4 times 12 bolts, but they sent me 30 M4 8 screws. Those are not the same thing, Izzy. I'm sure you're well aware of that. Why? Okay, where is my... Okay. I'm just gonna fix it. 18.4.0. There, figure yourself out. Rebuild. Net, I'm sorry, Net Framework version 3.5 was not found. Oh, it's because I'm an idiot. Yeah, rip. Yep, that about right. Izzy was making fun of me earlier for saying Net 10 and Net 1.0 are remarkably similar. They are. They're very similar. The .0 is a very important distinction. That is the difference between .NET Framework 1.0 and .NET 10. Okay, so that goes there. And command mapper. Oh, I can't net 10 this because I am package mapping to VPK, so I can't go any newer than. Wait, VPK supports net 10. What's going on? Is it the packaging one? Oh, it's the packaging ones that's biting me. Okay, but I should be able to just go net 8 and not dual target. Do I downgrade my MS Build requirements? Because I don't actually need this. Don't actually need it. I just want it. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need Yagni, Yagni, Yagni. Hey, Society Dog. Saw you wearing Tighten Your Do Loop Hot Reload vid. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely check it out. For people who are unfamiliar, I had also posted it on my Discord one, but if people are interested, here's the link. I was on Microsoft's Visual Studio Toolbox YouTube channel talking about Hot Reload with Leslie, and I had an awesome time. So, if you are using Visual Studio and you like the idea of not having to go through and do it, yes, cutie, it is out. It is good. But yeah, it was a good time. I enjoyed talking Hot Reload. Hot Reload is one of those, historically has been a very crap feature, to put it gently. It often causes more trouble than it's worth, but especially the more updated version in 2026, and even in the old one, when it worked, it was really nice. Like the idea of I'm just gonna edit some of this code, mid run, and poof, it's up and running. Like that's pretty cool. It is still limited. Like you can't just edit anything you want. There are a set of what they call rude changes that if you make, it just won't be compatible, and you have to recompile it. Have they fixed it now? It never worked for. So I will say this: they've made it better. They've made significant improvements on it. However, let me find it real quick. There is a compatibility chart that you'll want to. Where is it? There. This one here. Is it here? I am looking. There is a chart, and maybe I should actually pull up in the video. I think they put it in the description because I gave them the links that I shared. Oh, they didn't include the links. They didn't include the links. Dang it. Let me find it. There is a compatibility chart that shows you Visual Studio versions and what supported edits there are. There. This is it. This is what I'm looking for. So this guy here. So like you will note that depending on where you are, if you aren't on reasonably latest, like you start losing out on a lot of features. Like if you aren't on a reasonably modern version, renaming anything other than a field just breaks it, right? Like that's kind of a big deal, right? Modifying a method parameter type, that's kind of a big deal. Change the return type of a method, like that's kind of a bit. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that just doesn't work if you're on an older version. So if you've got a modern Visual Studio, you will get a much better experience than if you're on an old one. Yeah. Fingers crossed I'll get VS 2026 and be able to update to Net 10 soon. Hopefully more material design. Before then, only just got that update done. Yeah, so if you are on a more modern version, it works a lot better. And a couple things that I showed in that video are, one, you don't even have to have the debugger attached to apply hot reload, which I think is cool. And two, if you have some custom code you want to run when hot reload applies, like updating a cache or otherwise, I show how to do that as well. So there's some cool stuff in there. Yeah, Society Dog, feel free to throw your question in chat. Happy to let you pick your brain. I think I'm getting close to being done on this thing here. I don't know how much more I can do on it. I've got my list of notes of things I want to go through and clean up. But I think I want to, because I've got a meeting with my partner tomorrow morning, and I think I want to run it past him a little bit first before I get too carried away. So I think I'm getting close to wrapping this one up. So yeah, throw it in the chat and we'll take a look at it, assuming I can maintain appropriate brain power, which at this hour is debatable. Okay. Izzy, I'll put that on my list for next week for catching up when there's no stream. Yeah, definitely watch it. I think it's not terribly long. They asked to have, like, most of the VS Toolbox stuff ones, I think they're intended to be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, somewhere in that range. So they are not like a full VOD from one of my streams. Significantly shorter, which is cool. So, and there was some nice comments on there. So if people do go and watch it, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, give them the like. It encourages them to invite me back, which I told them I'm always happy to come back and talk more shop with them, because I enjoy doing that kind of stuff. Okay, so that cleans all of that up. Let's see, Society Dog. One of my apps got flagged as a false positive on Malwarebytes, and a guy kind of called me out on X and say I'm not to be trusted, and yes, I don't have certificates on my app, kind of don't have money for that on my free apps. So how do I be transparent? Ensure it's so how do we transparent without sharing the source code? One of the Society Dog, remind me, are you outside of the United States or inside the United States? And the reason I ask, in the EU, Denmark, dang it. So, they've renamed it. So there is this product here, but last I checked, it was limited to, I think, North America. And mostly because what happened to trusted signing? Yeah, they keep renaming stuff. Short version. Is there the thing with I'll try to fix my words to stop calling it trusted signing. With artifact signing, is this is cheap. Like when we talk about signing, it's $10, which is usually much more in line than what a lot of certificate stuff charges. This is what we are using to sign a bunch of our Velopack stuff and similar, because it does give an easy way to do it. I think, let me see if I can check. It may be worth looking in. The short version is it's really hard to go through and gain rep without. So there's not a clear way of doing it without signing, and there is a difference there between signing for like security and signing for trust, because when you're signing an app, it's more about identity to prove that this app came from this source and hasn't been tampered with. That's typically what the signing is there for. At the end of the day, everyone who downloads and installs an app is functionally trusting that source to see what it's there for. For the false positive, I think Malwarebytes has a reporting mechanism. The other thing that you could do is there are. What is the? Is it SYNK? Sync. There is. I may have this term wrong here. You may go and look, because there are a handful of other, and this one, the name matches, but the screenshots do not. I may have the name wrong on what I am thinking of. It may be worth, if you have other online scans that can show that it's clean, that might be worth doing. It also might be worth going through and marking it as a false positive. The hard part is without any signing on it to track identity, it ends up being a heuristic type match. Yeah, I gave him back a total scan of multi-vendor that cleared my app. Yeah, and I think outside of signing, that's potentially the best you're going to be able to come up with, because at the end of the day, there's no clear guarantees of what it should be. How are you hosting it? Is it something that's up like on a GitHub release or just on a website or similar? What's the distribution look like? Because something else that you could end up doing is posting like the SHA hash of what the installer should be. And I imagine those security scans, most of them will report back either like an MD5 or a SHA hash of the file that they scanned, so that people can validate that when they are looking at the scan results, that it was the same input file. It's a lot of places will put up what the expected hash is of the installer. That way, if somebody does go and download it, there is some way for them to validate that there was no tampering in the middle, right? It at least proves to them that what you've put up on your website matches the thing that they got, right? Let's see, just on a website, and this app was on a Sims 4 site for multi stuff from a lot of people. Okay, yeah, I think that might be one of the only other things that I would say that you could potentially do is when you post updates to it out on the site, maybe you also post the SHA hash, because that would also, again, you might look at whatever that multi-scan one did, because I strongly suspect most of them will include the hash of the input file, That way you can be very clear about, hey, here's the hash of the input file. Here's the scan results that says file with this hash is clean. Right? Like there's at that point, it's kind of like, I don't know what else to show you, right? Because without the signing, you can't prove anything about origin or identity, but at least you can prove that that particular hash came back clean and it wasn't anything malicious. Because a lot of times on like malware bytes and these false positives, because they're looking for kind of like heuristics and various byte patterns, it's very easy for things like Velopack apps occasionally get hit by false positives because the same mechanism that we bundle the app into the setup exe is the same mechanism that viruses use to like bundle in their payloads inside another exe. So it looks kind of similar, but it's just packaging bytes inside of an executable. So it's like the mechanism isn't what's bad, but it's a heuristic that sometimes gets a high enough rating on a scan to trigger a flag. And it's like, it's a packaging mechanism. Like I can't not package. So it's kind of a weird thing. Because when I use .msi, I sign with my MS account name, so that's being shown. Okay. I mean, that's at least something, right? Again, I don't know if that's easily mutatable, so I don't know if it necessarily proves it, but it does give a bit of confidence to it. And then Izzy's comment up there, just making sure people heard it, posting the SHA and the MD5, as sometimes different organizations will have different requirements. Yeah, if I remember right, though, your comment there, Society Dog, this was like a game mod or a game helper that went along with it, so I imagine you're not targeting orgs, but gamers, I think, is your target audience. And then the other thing I would say is try not to let people on the internet get you down too much. There's always going to be people unhappy about things on the internet. And gamers, unfortunately, how do I say this nicely? Gamers often overestimate their technical skills. Some of them understand that they're like, no, I use a computer. I don't like understand the inner workings of a computer. But other times, some of them are like, yeah, I can figure this out. Yeah, cutie. Always angry people online. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And the Sims community is, let's say, special snowflakes. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I haven't played a lot of the Sims. So the last set of Sims that I had were all of the SimCity 2000s and the various spin-offs from that, where, because there was one where I could fly helicopters through my cities, one where we would race cars and blow stuff up. But just to give you a point of reference, that was literally 2.5 decades ago. Yeah, Sims 2, 3, and 4. Yes, something that resembles closer to modern is what I heard there. So yeah, and I don't doubt, especially some of those are very much not the same game anymore. Yeah. My partner's playing those, so I make some apps. That's kind of cool. See, and I think that's the best part for a lot of people is if you're actually building something useful. Like whenever people come to me and say, hey, you know, what kind of app should I build to learn? I usually tell them, find something that you're interested in and build that, because you'll learn so much more if you're building in an area for something that you're passionate about, right? Like, you know, people who are like, yeah, I'm really into the Pokemon trading card game, right? And it's like, okay, well, do you want to build like something to like organize your sets and group cards? Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. Well, great, let's build that. Because you'll probably be happier if you're building something that like you want to use or play with or otherwise, or you know, your partner to use and play with. Build an Enigma machine. Izzy, technically that meets the requirement of something you're interested in. I don't know if I would recommend that as a general answer. Vibe coding, yes or no? Can I say both? So so to be clear, I think AI generated code is an incredible speed up in a lot of cases. The thing with software development, one of my colleagues put it very eloquently yesterday. She said the software engineering was never about like typing the code. It was all about solving the problems, figuring out the architecture, how do things relate to each other, how do you model problems properly, all of that stuff. If you've done that much right, the typing of the code and getting it in is not the hard part at all. That is much simpler. So in that regard, it is awesome, right? You have to spend some time doing it. I do have a bit of caution. Like when people say that they like vibe coded a whole app, I do always raise the question of what kind of app? Like, what exactly are you doing with this? Because if it's just something that you vibe coded for yourself and you're off to the races and having fun with it, great, fine, not a big deal. Like, I've got an app that I've been building for fun for doing like, because I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons and I wanted a little DM helper app. Great, fine. Simple app, high tolerance for failures, don't care too much. And so it's like, yeah, have I looked at all the code that the AI wrote? No. I ran it. It did what I wanted. I'm not real concerned. There's no real special data in it. It's fine, right? But if somebody's got something that's like handling private data or personal stuff, it's like, yeah, you really absolutely need to be reviewing that line of code. And in my professional day job, like that's what we tell our engineers is, well, at least what I tell my team, is I don't care how you got the code into the file, but once you submit that as a pull request, you are 100% responsible for every line you submit. So I don't care how you get it into the file, whether the AI wrote it for you, whether you typed it by hand, whether you use regex, whether you copy and paste it. I don't care how the lines of code made it into the text file. But you are on the hook for it, so you probably should be checking it, especially since some of the stuff that we're building, like the app that we're building has to have SOC 2 compliance, HIPAA, all of that stuff. Like, so it's like we don't have a big tolerance for failure or accidental security vulnerabilities, so it absolutely needs to be checked. And so I think that's the big differentiating factor is like, what's your tolerance for failure and whatnot? Because I don't actually mind when people are like, oh yeah, I vibe coded a whole app. Great, right? Like there are, like it can make people go from zero to feeling like awesome developers very quickly. I think people have to be a little cautious of like a Dunning-Kruger effect where they think they know more than they do because they vibe coded it. Like there's some caution and some brakes to be pumped there a little bit of let's hold on, right? Like let's be careful here. You know, did you just put your API key straight into your app? Okay, let's talk. Like that may not be the right way to approach it. So I think it is an incredibly powerful tool. I strongly suspect that in the next short period of time, we'll say tiny digit of years, of that people will treat AI-based tools the same way we treat source control now. Right? If I hear somebody's coding and they aren't using source control, it's kind of like, really? You're not using source control? You do realize it's trivial and like you have undo and commit and like incredibly powerful features. Why would you not use it? Right? I suspect AI-based tools will quickly become that, right? They will be expected and people not using it will be seen as kind of weird of why are you doing this the hard way, right? Like we have tools to solve that. Stop fighting and not using the tool. But I still think it's a tool, not a straight replacement. Yeah. Or even worse, did you use the API keys in your prompt? That is true. That is absolutely true. Because most people are using models that may or may not be publicly hosted, right? Like there is a lot to be questioned about when you're, depending on what tool you're using, who's hosting the models, what kind of security, where is your data going? Right? Like when it's sending up that data, where's it going to? Right? There is some questions to be raised there. If you aren't using one of the big names, you should probably be cautious of who you're sending your data to. That is 100% a risk. And people will abuse it. Society, I will say I vibe code, but I spend about an amount of time going through the code to see from the learning part. Yeah, and I think that's great, because the other thing is AI can be used as an incredible learning and teaching aid, right? It is absolutely amazing, because there are some things that you just can't like Google your way past, especially like symbols and syntax. If you don't know the right terms to put into Google, those are very difficult to like find the right information for. You end up like Googling your language and trying to figure out, hey, what does this symbol do? Whereas most AI things, you just highlight the line and say, hey, what's that do? And it can actually give you a nice explanation and kind of walk you through. And it's like having your own private tutor sitting right next to you that will be nice to you no matter how dumb or how many times you repeat questions. Like that's awesome. Right? So it can be used as an amazing learning tool. And the hard part is people that use it really well as a learning tool and people that just kind of use it to punch the easy button and move past it. The only difference between them is intent. And so it's like, it's not really the tool's fault if the tool's used incorrectly, but it's kind of the person wielding the tool that has a problem. And so you do have to use it correctly. And I would say people who just use it to punch the easy button and get something out will probably quickly find themselves at some point falling behind, right? Like right now, it's an easy way to feel like you're jumping ahead because like, look, I got this thing done quick. But as more and more people start becoming competent with AI, like the people who are punching the easy button are going to be a dime a dozen, and it's going to start to become obvious who actually knows what they're doing and who doesn't, right? So using it as that learning aid, I think is awesome, right? That people are going to need to know how to architect apps and put things together and know how to prompt and know how to review what's being built. There are some people who have this idea that AI is this new level of abstraction where, you know, nobody writes assembly anymore. Everybody writes higher level languages. But I do not like that analogy because there's a compiler going from the language to assembly, and it's very deterministic, right? This level of abstraction is not that. A colleague of mine, what did he call it? Syntactic closure, semantic closure. I would have to go back and look. There's a very clear mathematical difference there as well. So it's like it's not quite an equivalence when people say that, and it gets a little weird, right? Izzy, I use it to confuse myself. I do too. I also use it as a way of, when I am frustrated, I use it as a way of saying all the things that I shouldn't say out loud to humans. I can say it to the AI, and it's happy to take my abuse. Though some of the AI systems they've started adding memory to, so you do need to make sure that you probably turn the memory off. Otherwise, it starts to remember that you were mean and abusive and sarcastic to it, and it starts getting snarky back to you. Ask me how I know. Let's see. Sometimes when I work on legacy code, AI will literally go through the included DLLs in the code and find out how the libraries work. It's just very powerful. Oh, I completely agree. 100% agree. Like even the stuff we were doing earlier of throwing the MS-Build bin logs in, like its ability to rip through a huge amount of information very quickly, like especially like log files or failures, like it takes me a while to go through and start like processing. Okay, I see what the failure is. Oh, I realize now my pipeline downloaded the wrong version of .NET. And that's why this failure happened, right? I had a colleague just earlier today. That was his problem. He rebooted a project he hadn't touched in a year. And because the build agents out on GitHub had changed the bundled versions of .NET in that time, his build started failing. And so it was one of those, you feed that kind of log into Copilot, and it can find those deltas incredibly quickly. Like, And I think that is an awesome use of those types of tools to let them go and do kind of that busy work. Like, it is busy work to kind of sift through all of that stuff to find what you need. Now, on one hand, there is some learning that can be gained there. But is that the learning that you need to have? Depends. But more often than not, probably not. I've been slowly starting to put down a list of, I don't know, what I will call AI guidelines for people. It's not ready because I keep hating it and deleting it and starting over. But one thing that I keep coming back to is that AI should be avoided, or you should severely limit your usage when learning is a desirable outcome, right? And by limit your usage, what I typically mean is don't let it run in agent mode, but put it in like ask mode, right? Because if you're trying to learn, using it to ask questions and gain information is good, right? Great for that. Putting it in agent mode, it wants to do, and often do for you. And so if learning is a desirable outcome, dialing the AI down to where it's just kind of ask chat, like give it context, let it, see the files, repo, what you're working on, what that kind of thing, because it is useful for that. But dial it down to where it's not doing the work for you, and it's more about you learning what to do, and you can use it as a guide and a helper there. But if learning's a desirable outcome, I would say be cautious on the AI usage, right? Because it's so easy to accidentally just start punching that easy button and feel like, and tell yourself, oh, I'm learning. It's like, it takes some willpower, and it's a very easy trap to fall into. So that would be that's the one piece of advice that I keep coming back to each time I rewrite my guidelines, that is starting to stay consistent, and so it feels right. Cutie, Copilot started talking back to you, you had to wipe its memory. Yes. It was very Men in Black like. Of sometimes it gets snarky. Specifically because I will use Windows Copilot when I'm doing something maybe a little more generic. I'm drafting a message. I'm trying to, come back to I've got a message from a teammate, and I'm trying to figure out how to reply nicely and not sound like a jerk. Like, I will use Copilot to go back and forth because normally I'd go to my wife and say, hey, can you read this? Does this sound mean? The problem is she's not always available. And so having Copilot there to say, hey, does this sound mean, is kind of a useful thing. But then when I want to express frustration, it's also the thing that I use as my punching bag to just berate and, burn tokens insulting it, and, of how it goes through, for what it's worth. Yeah, and Izzy, been there, once told me to figure it out myself if I'm so good. Exactly. Yeah, and so your comment there, let me see if I can find, there is an article that I love, and I think I can find it quickly, so give me just a quick second. Did it get buried in all of the other stuff? Nope, found it. Okay, so here's the link. So it's this article here. So one of the things, and what people may notice, is the authors. So if the name Mark Rakinovich or Scott Hanselman rings a bell, you've been around Microsoft too much. But I won't bore people reading it, but it outlines a proposal that they have for how teams should be organized to leverage AI, especially for learning. And the key bit is this preceptor here. I think this article made it up on various Reddit threads and whatnot. Like, it made it around the internets because it came out a handful of weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, something like that. What was the posting date? Does it show it? 17th of February. But it outlines at least one proposal that they have for how teams should be organized. And the key part here is facilitate learning. They use this phrase early in career developers. A lot of, oh, not showing my screen. Dang it. Thank you, Izzy. So here means nothing. Thank you. I even drew lines. I forgot I wasn't sharing. They organized a team in this manner, where this early in career developer is, their nice way of saying junior developer. I think they were just trying to avoid a term that some people may not like, because some people are switching into tech, and junior is insulting because they're much more advanced and yada yada. But this idea that we're getting this gap between kind of your top tier senior engineers that know how to really do this stuff, junior engineers, and as much as people want AI to be that bridge to bring juniors forward, it's almost doing the opposite and building a gap between people who are really good with it and people who are early on juniors that could be good with it, but there's like this training and learning that needs to happen, and rather than that AI facilitating and nurturing that learning, it's giving that easy button press and letting people get away with stuff, and widening that gap, not making it shorter. So this was their outline of having effectively this role in the team that's almost entirely focused on helping train the juniors on how to work well, because at some point in time you want these people to move wrong direction. You want these people to move up, right? Like at some point these people need to promote and have their own teams and be the tech leads, and without something helping train and move them up, because so many people are just going to AI rather than where they used to go to their mentors or their team leads and learn from them and that kind of thing. Everybody's going to AI, and it's just increasing that gap of there's stuff that gets missed that they would have gotten in that kind of training that would help them move towards that team lead skill. Because in some ways it's, knowing the code to put into your file, but there's a lot more to it than that. And so if all the AI is doing is getting code into file and you don't learn anything else about software engineering on top of it, it becomes really hard to advance to be that dark blue circle or tech lead or what have you. So I think that would be the other one that I would push people of, is there needs to be that extra layer of learning. And some people will leverage it. Like I see Victor's comment there of the insane amount of hows that you can learn is awesome, but it can be oversaturating. And I like the question there of, but is it good, right? I have an opinion. I don't think that this is shared by everybody, so take it with a grain of salt. That the key differentiator between a senior and a junior engineer is the ability to differentiate good and bad code. The better somebody is at evaluating a solution of being good or worse, right? And sometimes it's evaluating what's better between two good solutions or what's worse between two bad solutions, right? It's not always just straight good versus bad, right? It's all comparative of, well, this is good, but this is better, right? And being able to make those distinctions and figure those things out and know what's better, I think is the key skill that I see separating when I work with a really great senior engineer and when I work with a really great junior engineer. That's usually what I find starts to become the difference, right? And we used to have all of these code reviews where, the senior would sometimes impart wisdom to juniors in code reviews. And in really fun situations, the juniors reviewing the seniors code. And so they're seeing ideally what good is. But then they are also critiquing it. And that's, I like AI's taking away some of that. And there's more than just the code there that's being lost, right? So yeah, I will say that. Also about finding the simplest solution and not just trying to use all the latest things together. Yeah, and I think that is the thing. Is I was talking to a friend of mine who is a senior architect at a very, I'll put this nicely. He works at a major telecom company that most people around the world would recognize. And he was describing because we were talking about AI and what they're doing and, training their people and that kind of thing. And he made a comment that AI, especially in the current forms that we have, lacks all empathy. And so there's some decisions that you cannot delegate off to AI because there's an amount of humanness there that needs to be involved in the decision that it's just it's completely incapable of doing, right? And they've also drawn some clear lines in the sand where AI isn't allowed near any of their protected production data. They just no. That's they've put very clear walls down. AI doesn't get to touch this protected stuff. That's how we're going to maintain all of our, compliance regulations and whatnot. If the AI can't touch it, it's not a big deal, right? And so they've put these very specific guardrails in place, but then at least the individual dev teams are kind of free to run as fast as they want, right? Let's see. I do like reviews with our juniors as I can point out things when they review and they can ask me questions directly. Yeah, and I think that's the hard part, right? Is sometimes people ask question around, syntax or this thing and that thing, but the learning that comes from discussing the whys, it's just not there with AI. Like there's that level, and I don't know if empathy is the right word. Human interaction, maybe. I don't know that that's the right word either. But there's something missing there that would help people grow and advance that I don't think is always. It's not there when you just ask the AI, hey, how do make this happen? Go, right? And again, AI is, I believe, a powerful tool that will become as ubiquitous as source control. Like I firmly believe, like it's already darn close to being as ubiquitous as source control, right? There's some people who are, pumping the brakes and saying, I'm going to wait a little bit, right? I don't buy all the hype just yet. I'm going to let some other people figure things out. We're seeing too many scary articles, Amazon's outage because they let AI ship and things of that nature. It's like, yeah, like I think people are still figuring out how to best leverage the tools. And there's going to be some give and take there a little bit. But I do suspect, I don't know, 99.9% of every engineer I work with is using source control, right? Most of the time it's Git, a handful of times it's one of the other ones. But like almost everybody uses source control because the only people who aren't are the people who haven't learned it yet. Because I don't know of any engineer who has learned source control and has decided, yeah, I'm not going to use that. Like, once you learn it, everyone uses it because it just saves so much time. Izzy, have a good one. And thank you. I will have a good trip. I'm going to be over in Seattle at Redmond at Microsoft's campus for MVP Summit, where we will get to discuss all the cool things that Microsoft will be coming out. Usually it's a bunch of preview stuff for Build. So probably won't be able to share much information from it until after the Build conference. But I will probably come back really, really excited about stuff, which is awesome. So that is a thing. Let's see. We clearly have to be careful. We're moving to a reality where we're just reviewing functionality instead of technical code. The AI writes anymore. I feel that there's a real risk for the EIC early in career developers that start out with AI as opposed to more seniors that learned without AI. Yeah, and that is, I think, a very big risk. Of like, I like early in career junior developers using AI because as long as they're taught to use it well. Right. And that's why I latched onto this article, because that was a key part of this preceptor, right? Is showing those engineers how to use it well and trying to impart the knowledge and skills that they need to advance, right? And like, they can't just hit the easy button. Like, people who hit the easy button won't be able to advance, right? Maybe they'll promote into marketing or business or something. That's possible. I've got a low opinion of the competency needed for those roles. But my apologies to everybody with business and marketing degrees. But yeah, I do think there is a very big risk with the idea of, we let the AI write it, we let the AI review it, we let the AI ship it. There are some companies that are advertising that they are pushing in that direction, but I think the only companies that I think are capable of even doing that are companies that already had invested a huge amount in their DevOps infrastructure around shipping code before AI, right? People who already had a really strong CI/CD process, had great monitoring, great alerts, great response times, right? AI can be an accelerator in those because you've already put up all the guardrails, right? You've got that highway in place, and now you're just dropping more cars onto it and letting them zip, right? Those people, I think, can probably get a good AI story running. But most teams don't have that. And it turns out what is good for human developers is good for AI developers. And so people are like, yeah, we want to use AI and we want to get, a full agentic workflow that's, reviewing bug reports and submitting fixes and testing them and then shipping it to prod. It's like, right, what you just described is something that requires a significant infrastructure and DevOps investment. Have you done that? Well, no, that's what the AI is going to do. No. no. See, the humans have to build these kinds of things so that the AI children can play, right? Like, the adults need to actually set some of this up and get all of that in place, because the AI is not brilliant, and left to its own devices, it will absolutely ruin you. So if people have great DevOps processes, I think they are much better positioned for trying to get that nice agentic flow. But like, I've been helping companies with their DevOps processes for the last 10 years. And I can tell you there is a lot of companies that do not have a good handle on. Now, admittedly, I work for a professional services company, which is a fancy way of saying a consulting firm. And arguably, I'm biased because the people who come looking for consultants are not the people who have it all together and everything's going swimmingly, right? Our ideal client is somebody who comes to us and says, yes, we have a huge budget, lots of time, and we really have everything going smoothly. We just need some help with this one thing, right? That would be my ideal client. I've never met them. Most of the time, people come to us and they're short on something. They're either short on time, expertise, manpower. They're short somewhere. They've got something that they're trying to get done and they need help, right? That's most clients that come to us, is they need something, which is fine. Like, that's what, but my sample size is then biased towards people who came to us needing something. And most of them do not have that high-end CI/CD process, right? We had one big client that came to us at one point that they didn't have that process in place. But they were willing to spend the time and investment to get it, and they were looking for solid expertise to get them there. And I think that was one of the clients I enjoyed the most, because even though they didn't have it, they knew what they wanted, and they were willing to invest to get it. And they were really looking for us to help build, but more importantly, train their people so that they could then continue on with it and keep running. And like, I was really happy with what we built. Like, it was a system built for 5 nines of uptime. So for people who are unfamiliar with that term, like cloud systems and data centers and otherwise, they measure their uptime in percentages of how much downtime that they usually had over a quarter, over a month, over a year, whatever it is, right? And so it's, when people say 5 nines, 4 nines, 3 nines, what they're referring to is 99 point that many nines percentage of uptime. And if you start doing the math, 5 decimal places of 99.9% uptime in a year is really, really short. Like, it is very difficult to achieve 5 nines of uptime. And so most of the time people will put out 5 nines as like the golden standard. If you've got 5 nines of uptime, you're kicking butt, right? Practically most people aren't doing that, right? Like even some of the Azure services don't hit that kind of metric. But we built something that was at least designed to be able to support it, which, like, we're talking multi-cloud, multi-region, failovers, DR drills, the whole works, right? There was one point in time where I think we may have been running, I think it was about a $20,000 a month Hello World application. But it was a Hello World application that I assure you was highly available. It was bloody expensive. But they could measure their profit loss for every minute they were down, so they needed this kind of uptime. So it's like, great, right? There's not that many companies in the world that actually care at that level. I'm impressed that you guys do, and this was awesome to build because it frankly was a cool experience. Because most of the time, dollars are the biggest, or money, depends on what country you're in. Your currency is the biggest differentiator in what you're going to build. People can only afford so much. There's always a limit to the budget. So, yeah, sounds like something a stock market predictor needs. You're not far off. The company did work in the finance space, so it was absolutely in that vein of where it was. So, and again, it was really cool to work on. They eventually did dial it back to get their monthly cost into a more realistic thing, because they realized that they could tolerate more downtime than they originally thought. So, like, they're still probably pulling 2 or 3 nines of uptime, but they did dial some of the knobs down, because each of those nines that you want is like, it's an exponential increase in cost to get yourself there. And then making sure that you've got everything set for everything from backups to recovery and all of this stuff. It is difficult to pull off, but it's cool to build. And if you've got the money and the need, I'd love to help you build it. Put it that way, because it's fun. I enjoy laying out that kind of stuff. So, okay, it is also after 1 a.m. and I think that is an indication that I should sleep, because that's probably a good sign. So thank you everyone for the questions and coming and hanging out. Again, just a reminder, no stream next week. I will be gone, traveling over, and then there's a strong likelihood that I will be canceling the last 2 weeks of April due to travel. But again, that's kind of still up in the air right now. There will be posts on my Discord when I actually know information. So if you are following it, it goes by up there every so often. So at least I assume it's cycling. Should check. Do I actually have it all the way on? Has it been cycling? There it goes. Yeah. So thank you, Cutie. You all have a good night. And as always, happy coding. See everyone next time.